has killed this man.
What's up, everybody? I hope that some people will come into the chat room. This channel is my backup channel, and unfortunately, I can't tell unless you come in the chat room if you're listening to me. My last video was kind of shocking because I had over 400 and it didn't look like I had anybody watching. So I hope that this live would cause people to come and support and come into the chat room. Hey, Janata, how are you doing? Thank you for appearing. I really appreciate that. We're going to have a really extensive live today. My other channel, for those that don't know, I had some technical issues that I'm going to get resolved sometime next month. I'm doing okay, but in the meanwhile, I'm using this backup channel to really give my opinion about, the fact that many of Black Americans, better known sometimes as African Americans, we're trying to self-identify with foundational Black American, or some want to call themselves American descendants of slaves, ADOS, American descendants of slaves. Others, like myself, prefer Indigenous American or Indigenous American Black. And the reasoning behind us wanting to self-declare our own identity, we are finding it very, very hard to have our own specific ethnicity here in America as the Black people of America that have been here throughout the different generations since the inception of America. We have experienced many different changes of our names, categories given to us by the government. It was imposed on us against our will. We were stripped of identity. We were enslaved. Some of us were already here in America. A lot of people want to doubt that claim, but there were melanated people of America that were enslaved, and they were stripped of identity and reclassified over into the categories of, as you know, Negro, colored. Some were called mulatto. Eventually we were called Black. And then this bright idea of Jesse Jackson came about in 1988 to declare us as African American. And he did this with higher persons up into the echelon of government or whatever, influenced him, tapped him to alter our name against our will. I remember as if it happened just yesterday. I was a teenager. I recall when it all happened. I was not happy with it at all because I wasn't given a choice. I have always called myself Black American, and even to this day, I will refer to myself as Black American. Unfortunately, I discovered while on YouTube that a lot of other melanated global Black folks from other places have hijacked our name. They have claimed to be Black American or African American while having their own specific identity. And now it's convoluted to where me as an individual trying to state my opinion or my impression or thought or sentiment about anything going on in America is supposedly wrapped up into this oblique word of blackness. And everybody from all walks of life are trying to keep us Black Americans, or people that are fighting to have our own voice and identity. They're trying to keep us held back to only have the type of opinion or sentiment that is sponsored by globalists, Marxists, Pan-Africans, and other people such as that. Many people that are from all over the world are trying to capitalize on what blackness is, what black people feel like, what we experience, what we think of ourselves, and so forth and so on. And this is really vexing a lot of Black Americans that are not allowed to really give an opinion without people tagging onto them this notion of being brainwashed or full of white supremacy or other things that they like to equate us speaking for ourselves. And I'm going to try to get out of that and have y'all understand my vantage point, my viewpoint as to what and why I feel the way that I feel, in hopes that it will bring clarity to the ones that are listening, whomever you are, whether you are African or a Black American, or, even white, Hispanic, or whatever you may be, foreign or American. I would have my own voice to express myself. Now, also later on in this live, there's a lot of talk on YouTube about people that are declaring, specifically Black Americans who call themselves foundational Black American, that they feel really tired of Africans and many immigrants in particular who have come to America, benefited off of our ancestors' sweat, blood, and tears, and they have disrespected us for decades that I've been aware of since 2018. And everything kind of hit the fan when this Essence Festival happened. And we now know that Africans are in control of the Essence Festival, and they're trying to change the whole environment or the sentiment of what the Essence Festival was meant to be for, which was Black American heritage and their music, their foods, their culture. And they're trying to twist it to be more about a Pan-African, African type of vibration, while using our money to do it, to kind of push us out the way. And they erect themselves while using our dollars to do so. And so a lot of people this year did not show up at the Essence Festival, and a lot of people were murmuring among themselves that they weren't going to participate any further with the Essence Festival moving forward if the direction of it was going to be about other groups of melanated people replacing the essence of what it was meant to be, which is Black American culture. Now, in addition to that bit of news, there also was this hiccup of the African Union. I had known years ago that the African Union was trying to get some type of regional jurisdiction connected to so-called African American. And they have decided to, talk about reparations that don't even concern them, that concern us, Black Americans, and our ancestors, and our plight, and our fight, and our struggles. They have decided to take the lead and hijack the conversation to be about this global blob of blackness that they want to now represent and try to, dictate what's to happen with reparations that have nothing to do with their ancestors. It's very disrespectful. They never ask for anyone's permission or consent. They just got together with Democrats, Pan-Africans, globalists, and behind the scenes decided to wage this, bond of unity, throwing us into the fray, expecting us just to, go along with it without even knowing if we care to be a part of what they're doing. Now, as you know, a lot of African leaders are very corrupt. A lot of fraudulent activities happen in Africa. In fact, I had reported about Dr. Ericana Quia Quao, who was the past ambassador to the African Union. Back in 2019, she was fired for fraudulent activities while being the ambassador to the African Union. In fact, the African Union wrote a letter to the State Department complaining about why they fired her. And this same entity is trying to take charge of our reparations talk. Now, do I believe we're going to really get reparations? I really don't know. All I know is that I don't want other people that have nothing to do with my ancestors dictating what's going to happen with anything pertaining to money, and them trying to control what happens to my future and my destiny without my permission. That is why I have, and could understand why people are wanting to protest or boycott Africans right now, because it's been an escalation of disrespect, disregard, dismissalness. People are assuming that they have authorities over us. They're acting as if they own us. They're acting as if they're slave catchers, to be frank and honest with you. Because how do you go and just decide for some millions of people, 40 million plus people, what their issue is going to be about, what their future will be about, what their destination will be about, without bothering to know what they want? These Africans have taken it upon themselves time and time and time again, not all, but the ones that are elites, the ones that have been chosen to be in power, the ones that are so-called advocates, talking and yapping and, talking about this Pan-African talk, have taken it upon themselves to run around talking about they representing so-called African American. And I believe that that African American term is very detrimental to Black Americans. And I want to put that term to rest forever. I want even Black American to be put to rest forever. And this video will explain why that is. I desire sometime next month to write President Trump to tell him what I feel. I'm not going to leave it in the hands of Pan-Africans or other people to make decisions for me without me putting in my own input and my own voice. And I'm trying to influence other Black Americans to also contact President Trump, contact other people and other governmental positions about what we desire, because our voices are purposely being snuffed out by elitists, globalists, Pan-Africans, Democrats, and other people that have agendas against what we desire as a collective of indigenous American Black folks. Now that we're speaking up on YouTube, now that we are not under the spell of Democrats as we were, a lot of us are waking up. A lot of us are finding our voice. what we're finding out, the more we speak, the more bashing and accusatory language comes towards us. We're being told we're xenophobic for speaking our opinion. We're being told that we are brainwashed by white people. I haven't talked to a white person to give an understanding about what their opinion is. All the stuff that I'm speaking clearly comes just from myself. I think these things because of what I observe and what I understand and what I come to know. Unfortunately, there is an agenda to try to keep the voices of Black Americans stifled down, to not allow us to have our own pure sentiment of how we feel about what's going on around us in America. If we speak like we're approving of Trump even a little bit, people are saying that we are coons and all this other unnecessary thing. But the part that they don't want to acknowledge the most is that we are American first. We have been here for hundreds of years. We do not want to see the decline of America. The decline of America means the decline of Black Americans, period, point blank. But everybody that comes over here from other places have their own agenda about their homeland and their feelings about not really liking America like that, but they want to benefit off of America. They want to get money from America. They want to extract whatever they can from America. They want to get some type of power in government from America, and then they want to influence, the populace to jump on board with what they desire to have happen, say for instance, in Africa somewhere, or Haiti or Jamaica. And that's fine and all, but the issue is that they are omitting the Black Americans or Indigenous American Blacks from being able to express themselves without all the trickery and the propaganda and the outright lying. A lot of people like to call us Russian bots. I remember Joy Reid, when she had her show before she was canceled, she had made mention that FBAs or people that were speaking out against immigration and other things like that, we were just Russian bots. And that's how they try to, make us, put us in that category of being insignificant, irrelevant, pestering, just someone that is not to be noticed or heard. And I'm going to just tell you that that's not going to happen with me. And I hope that I inspire other Black Americans to do what I do, which is get involved off of line, write proposals towards, what you would like to see happen. Don't just be pissed online, arguing back and forth with various people, because it's not going to accomplish anything. They're just going to bind you up rather, and waste your time while they're doing stuff behind your back to try to hijack everything pertaining to us towards what they desire to happen for their advancement and not ours. And that's what I have come to understand, that people are just wanting to use Black Americans as a tool, including the term African American. People use it socially, they use it politically, they use it academically, and they're not from this soil. They're not from the lineage. They should not have been allowed to use those terms, but they have done so because, in my mind, it's a scam, it's a hustle, and I will show you that in this video. So let me get going with the first part before I get to the most important part a little bit later. I want to kind of go through some of the things that's going on right now to try to, give y'all a little bit more understanding of where I'm coming from. Now, we know that there are mass deportations going on right now. A lot of people are being affected left and right and center from all over the globe. Trump, when he came to campaign, he let it be known without hesitation that he was going to round up as many people that are illegal, that came in illegally, and get them out of here. There's a lot of emotions from a lot of people. Some people are upset that they voted for him now. Some people assume that they were safe, like Cubans in Florida, and they were singing about, I will vote for Donald Trump and all this type of thing. And then next thing you know, husbands were being deported, family members were being separated, people were losing their benefits from Medicare or welfare or food stamps or programs, and all these things are drying up from Trump. He is not playing with nobody, but in my opinion, he had justification. Trump had justification to respond in the way that he did because of what Biden did. So I want to get to that first part first to try to give y'all an understanding, in my opinion, why these mass deportations were necessary. I know a lot of the stuff is not a pretty story, and it's kind of sad that people, hearing people crying, kids crying and whatnot, it's not pleasant to hear. But if Biden wouldn't have did what he did in the first place, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. So let's go with this first part of the video. All videos that I show, by the way, is under fair use. How you doing, Afro Goddess? Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. And what's up, Lewis Gaming? Hi, how are you? Fair use of all videos that I show under the fair use of copyright of 1970. This is 79 or 1976, one or the other. I can't remember right now. But copyright for education, for commentary, for entertainment, everything, all the above, not meaning to impose, but to inform and to enlighten. And also, I must say, as a disclaimer, I don't hate nobody, but I'd be damned if I not speak my truth. I have got to be able to speak my truth. And this is why I'm going in this direction right here. This will be kind of a longer live because I want to get it all out. But let's start with this video from Forbes Breaking News. And this is Ted Cruz is talking about Biden's illegal immigration, why we are having the issues that we're having now, and why all these mass deportations to begin with. So let's first listen to this real quick. Please hit the like button. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. For 4 years under Joe Biden and the Democrats, this country witnessed an invasion at our southern border. It is an invasion that has no precedent in the history of our country. 12 million illegal immigrants were allowed to come into this country. And that was deliberate. It was not an accident. It was not negligence. It was a deliberate choice that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas and every Democrat senator and House member made. They looked at 12 million illegal immigrants and they saw what they believed would be future Democrat voters. And they were willing to allow
future Democratic voters, and at the same time canceling out the indigenous American black vote because of having the high number of immigrants in certain jurisdictions, cities and whatnot, it would essentially blot out the black vote in specific areas by having the immigrants replace the black vote. This is what I've come to understand what the Democrats were attempting to do. This is why I feel that Black Americans at this time should stop being Democrats and understand that Democrats are not our friends. I'm not saying that the Republicans love us, of course not, but they're not doing what the Democrats were ongoingly doing, which was trying to replace us and trying to make our votes null and voided by having all these immigrants coming in the first place. Let's go.
To be murdered, American women to be raped, American children to be brutalized by violent criminals day after day after day. In his first 71 days in office, President Biden released 184,241 illegal immigrants. That was a decision. By the way, it was a lawless decision. Federal immigration law says they shall be deported. No president has ever done what this administration did, which is say, we don't care about the law. We are all about partisan politics, and we're going to let them all go. And God help the communities we release them into. This first 71.
And those communities, by and large, were Black American communities. They weren't taking these immigrants, these illegals, and putting them up in white communities. They were coming to primarily the Black communities and some of the Mexican ones. But everything bad was affecting our community first. And me speaking this truth, people would assume that I am loving on white supremacy and all that stupid talk. Again, you cannot bitch me out of my voice. I don't care your feelings as a Pan-African or an immigrant. It's not right. We're not coming to flood in your country. We couldn't do it. Your people would not allow these types of things to happen in your own country. There's issues in South Africa right now with Nigerians going over there, taking over and flooding different places around the globe. People are upset. It's not a cool thing just to have random floodings of immigrants to come in any country, and we're supposed to be happy about it. Nobody's supposed to be happy about it. I'm not happy about it. It's not a benefit for Black Americans. It's not a benefit for Americans. We cannot afford to do what has been going on all this time. And I'm glad that we have a president in Trump that's standing up for what is good and right to do to maintain America, because we don't want it to be changed over into a third or a second world country. I don't want to see America turn into Haiti. I don't want to see America turning into an African country or Venezuela or any other place like that. This is why he had to go drastic in what he's doing, but this is the reasoning why. Let's go.
Days, Joe Biden averaged 2,600 releases per day. Let's compare that to the same 71-day period in 2025 under President Trump. Joe Biden, 184,241. Donald Trump, 9. Not 9,000, not 900, 9. That is a 99.995% reduction. At the State of the Union address, Democrats did something else unprecedented. They decided they wouldn't stand for the president. They wouldn't applaud for the president. The only thing they would do is emanate hate and rage for the president of the United States. So Alexis Nungaray was at the State of the Union address. I've gotten to know Alexis well, the mother of Jocelyn Nungry, a beautiful 12-year-old girl raped and murdered in my hometown of Houston. The Democrats sat there and wouldn't applaud for the mother whose baby girl was taken from her. President Trump at the State of the Union address said last year Joe Biden stood before Congress and said he could not secure the border unless Congress passed new legislation. And as President Trump pointed out, it turned out we didn't need new legislation, we just needed a new president. You look at gotaways. Under Joe Biden, over 3 million gotaways. Who are gotaways? They're the most concerning of all of the 12 million that came into this country, because gotaways are the illegal immigrants. We know we're here. We see signs of them. We see tracks. But they didn't turn themselves in. Gotaways are much, much more likely to be murderers, much more likely to be rapists, much more likely to be child molesters, much more likely to be gang members, much more likely to be terrorists. Under the Biden administration, CBP was instructed at the southern border, be on guard for Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists coming across the border. Why? Because they've declared jihad.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
And Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists coming across the border. Why? Because they've declared jihad. And because the Biden open border policies extended a red carpet for anyone that sought to do harm.
Okay, I think that that's good enough. The point being, Biden was a big issue as the president allowing these open borders to happen. And I speculate, in my opinion, it has a great deal to do with George Soros, who desires open societies, open borders. He paid a lot of money for Democrats to be in office. And I'm pretty sure he had tapped the shoulder of Biden to allow this ridiculousness of having open borders in the first place. For those that don't really know who George Soros is, let me play a little snippet of who he is to understand how he moves. He has a lot of money to burn, a lot of money to manipulate various economies and protests, sentiments, propaganda. He just is a bugaboo. And I believe he had a lot to do with desiring to have these open borders, and Biden, like a lapdog, obliged George Soros. Let's take a listen to what he has done before.
Billionaire hedge fund tycoon George Soros is best known in the UK as the man who broke the Bank of England by betting against the pound. In the US, he is known as a major Democratic political donor and one of the foremost philanthropists focusing on democracy, with lifetime giving that tops $16.8 billion. Born in Budapest, Hungary in 1930, Soros survived the country's Nazi occupation and emigrated to the United States, where he began his career in finance. In 2020, Soros gifted his birthplace over $1 million to help prepare for the coronavirus pandemic as part of a $130 million commitment for COVID-19 aid worldwide. With his personal experiences influencing his philanthropy.
So he put all that money on COVID and everything. Isn't it ironic, though, that when these illegals came through the border, there was no mention of COVID, there was no mention of testing, there was no mentioning of quarantining anyone or concerns about having another strand of COVID or anything came up out of the last 4 years of Biden. Nothing was mentioned, not one time, about any concern or consideration pertaining to COVID or any other illness. Nothing. Just a flooding of unvetted illegals bogarting through the border, because it was all an agenda that was played out and orchestrated, I believe, by the likes of a George Soros and Biden and Kamala and all the Democrats and Pan-Africans and Marxists and all that. But let's continue.
Soros established open society foundations over 40 years ago to promote democracy and human rights around the globe. With an annual giving of $1.2 billion in 2020, the foundation's causes range from economic equality and justice reform to anti-discrimination. Amid the protests for racial equality last year, the foundation committed $220 million to support leaders in Black communities across the United States.
And that Black Lives Matter, unfortunately, was propped up by the likes of George Soros and affiliates, and has never been a benefit, one iota, to the Black community at all. $90 million, I believe, was garnered for Black so-called Lives Matter. And the people that partook in that got that money and ran to the hills with it. Didn't contribute nothing, didn't assist in anything, but they used dead bodies of people that have been brutalized by cops and other scenarios. They used the dead bodies as sacrificial lambs. They got the money and they jetted. But all the protesting and all the Black Lives Matter this and Black Lives Matter that did not trickle down, not one time, towards any community that was Black in America. No one's seen a red cent. But this is what I mean about how people manipulate using Blackness. And they have other agendas and other ideas of what to do pertaining to the money that they garner using Black death to elevate themselves and other agendas that have nothing to do, in the end, with being Black in America. And this is the type of trickery and propaganda that has been utilized in America time and time and time again. And people like to put us all in a barrel of Blackness and make it seem like that anyone that speaks on Blackness, we all should get on board. We all should believe and have faith because it's Black, but it's not doing what it claims it's supposed to do. And now that I have my eyes wide open and I see things as they are, I'm calling it out. George Soros, Biden, Kamala Harris, Democrats, Black Caucus, all the others, so-called leaders, NAACP, Urban League, and all the others that's supposed to represent so-called Black folks, represent anybody else but Black folks. They represent transgender rights. They represent gay rights. They represent immigration rights. They represent illegal rights, but they do not represent Black American or Indigenous American Black anything. They just use our bodies and cult. What they jump off of our backs and gain and garner benefits, blessings, monies, agendas towards other people's plight, and just dispose of our dead bodies like it's nothing. And when you call this out, how ridiculous it is to allow yourself to be used in this way. People want to say you're wanting to be white, or you're listening to white people, or you're brainwashed, all this stupid shit. When you just don't want to look at the facts as what they are, you are in denial and you're wicked to believe that I'm supposed to settle for this notion of Blackness and be satisfied with that We're not doing that no more. And a lot of people are upset that Black Americans don't want to be considered in the category of blackness because it's manipulative. It's a tool used against us. And we're trying to break free of that mess that I'm trying to illustrate right here.
January, Soros pledged $1 billion to take on the spread of nationalism through a new university network for teaching and research. Claiming this was, quote, the most important project of his life, Soros hopes to build on the Open Society Foundation's work.
Again, he got all that money, but instead of helping out wherever he could help out, he's just manipulating people against people and governments against governments and people that have nots with the versus the people that have, and keeping confusion and keeping people dumbed down and all these types of things. So now let's catch up to what is going on with the border. There now is a wall being constructed. The U.S. border security is now stronger. Tom Homan is speaking on News Nation recently about the wall and the construction and needed of it. You know, all this stuff is going on and it needs to happen. But the way in which some of the news reports are putting it, they're making it seem like Hitler's coming back to town and, you know, white supremacy and, you know, wicked white people doing all these things, but they don't want to talk about the cause and effect of having the border open for 4 years and millions of people here. They don't want to talk about it. They want to pretend like it's all a figment of imagination that we weren't invaded, but we were invaded. Okay, let's listen to Holman real quick.
On top of, sir, South Dakota unveiled a new program just yesterday that'll bring in highway patrol troopers and corrections officers to help with ICE enforcement. And those officers will have the authority to interrogate alleged undocumented immigrants and even conduct arrests without a warrant. The officer has reason to believe that arrestee is in the country illegally and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained. What more can you tell us about that specific program and how that's going to work?
Well, first of all, I see that a lot on TV where people say, where's your warrant, where's your warrant? ICE doesn't need a warrant. If they have probable cause to make an arrest and they think he will flee before they can go to a court and get a warrant, they have all the reason in the world, justified legal reason to arrest that person. So they don't need warrants. Second thing off, what you're talking about is the 287G program. These are where local law enforcement, state law enforcement assist ICE. And it's the right thing to do because, again, since we're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats, local law enforcement should be involved. They don't want public safety threats running around their neighborhoods either. They don't want to arrest the same criminal alien over and over and over again because they get released by sanctuary city court. So law enforcement is equally concerned of protecting public safety. So help us arrest. We're not asking them to be immigration officers. We're asking them to be cops who identify illegal aliens or public safety threats and work with us to put them in front of a judge and remove them from the country.
And also News Nation's Allie Bradley reporting that Army engineers are reinforcing the U.S.-Mexico with razor wire in an effort to gain total operational control over the border. Where does that effort stand? And how much of the border does the military not have control over? And what other measures are being taken to gain that 100% control?
Allie's a great reporter. Hats off to her. I've been following her. She reports very, very well on the border and interior enforcement. But look, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation right now. Illegal immigration down 96%. I looked at the numbers yesterday. Under Joe Biden, the average number of gotaways, those who successfully crossed the border and weren't apprehended, were over 1,800 a day. That number yesterday was 11. And the number of people being released from the border are 0. We haven't released anybody from the border in months. So we have the most secure border in lifetime, but we still got to do some infrastructure. We got to finish the wall, finish border barriers, because every place we built border barriers, not only did illegal immigration decrease, illegal drug flow decrease, and death decreases. Women and children can't make it over a wall. which means they're going to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who's going to take care of the humanitarian need first, because a lot of them are in bad shape when they get here. Walls make sense. Walls work. Walls save lives.
I wanted to point out this week's poll from the Wall Street Journal that found just over half of voters approve of Trump's handling of immigration, that 62% of people support deporting people who are here illegally, but the tactics and the way in which the Trump administration has handled this is becoming increasingly unpopular. Specifically, migrants not facing a judge or a hearing, or them being sent to countries where they have no connection. What do you tell those Americans who support this? Many of them likely voted for President Trump, but they don't like the tactics that you're taking. What do you tell those Americans this morning?
Go to ice.gov and look at the data. Look at the numbers, because you're reading false narrative. 90% of the media is pushing a false narrative. We're kidnapping people. We're disappearing people. We're deporting U.S. citizens. We're not deporting any U.S. citizens. That's illegal. Bottom line is we're doing exactly what American people did. We voted for 70%. 7 out of 10 people are a public safety threat. And the other 30% are national security threats and people who had due process order removed by a judge. Again, we got to send a message to the whole world. You can't enter a country legally and expect to get away. We got to secure that nation. A secure border means you got national security. Without a secure border, you don't have strong national security.
And
without interior enforcement and consequence, you don't secure the border.
When Trump sees his, final days in office and his time in the administration is seeing its sunset, what do you want those numbers to look like in the end? What do you want that tally mark to read, sir?
That every criminal, illegal alien public safety threat, every criminal alien national security threat is removed from this country. We already have the most secure border in the history of this nation. We got to finish building that infrastructure and get the gotaways down to zero.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, so I just wanted to give a little bit more of an update. This is an ongoing process where a lot of people are getting, deported. And I know that a lot of people have an issue with the alligator, Alcatraz, and people being sent to Africa, for instance, and Venezuela and other places. But in support of Trump, he did let them know months and months before in the campaign that this is what he was going to do. And everybody really got the notice in November. Here we are now coming up on August. What more do you need to understand that he is not playing? It is best that people self-deport. Again, me being a Black American, Indigenous American Black, a lot of people like to say because I'm Black, I have to somehow understand the plight of all these other immigrants, even if they are illegal, even if they are conflicting and other things from my community, such as jobs and housing and benefits and other things are clashing with these illegals for support and resources. Even though that's a reality, people just assume, oh, you're melanated. You're a minority. You need to be on the side of the minority. And that's just not true. That's not where my mind is. And I don't want my voice to not have a say in my own opinion, with my own logic and my own views that have nothing to do with white supremacy, have nothing to do with anybody else's influence other than my own thinking by myself. And I'm not tied up and confused about who I am because I agree what Trump is doing. Me and my brother don't agree. He has a lot of sympathy for illegals, and he has this feeling that things are going too far with what Trump's doing. But, if you don't do this, you'll have your country just taken over. So which way do you prefer? I prefer to not have our country taken over. Now, for those that are African and immigrants or melanated global black folks, they assume that black Americans have to side with them conveniently when they're not on our side. They're just not on our side. They came over here with their own agenda to make money, to siphon resources and take them home or benefit themselves. They don't look to our community, the black community. That's the last thing on their mind, to consider us. Hi, African goddess. You said, I don't agree with the methods, but it's what the American people voted for. Yes, they all. I'm gonna make you a mod, by the way. I'm glad I see you here. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. Where was I? Oh, okay. A lot of Africans and immigrants that are melanated, they are up online arguing and trying to bash black Americans in this fake unity, saying that we shouldn't be siding with so-called white supremacy, and they want to control us. Everybody wants to control the black American or indigenous American black. They think that because they're melanated, we have to somehow have this allegiance and this loyalty to blackness, but that's not how they operate. That's not how they move. So I want to show y'all, recently I got a news report from First Post talking about Nigerians being cracked down on the birthright citizenship. Again, we now know that there are plenty of immigrants from all over the globe that would just fly in pregnant to drop off their babies to gain a birthright citizenship that was born in blood by my ancestors. We didn't get birthright citizenship handed to us. It came through blood, sweat, and tears. It came through sacrifices, struggles, war, death, all the above. But these immigrants were using the loophole that was available, I believe, by the Democrats to just come through and have their babies and get the birthright citizenship. And now Trump is wanting to halt all that tourism, birth tourism. He wants to challenge the people that have been given all these birthright citizenships, because it was never meant to get or give to the immigrants these birthright citizenship the way that they've been getting it. So let's look at this report real quick, just to kind of give y'all some context of what I'm about to say after. Please hit the like, by the way. You said, no, this thing is global. Angola is telling Congolese refugees that they will kill them if they come back. Wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. But the thing is, African goddess, Black Americans or Indigenous American Blacks or FBA, whatever you want to call us, we're not trying to harm nobody. We just want respect, or we want to be left alone, or we want to be listened to and understood. We're not trying to say fight anybody. We're not trying to put hands on nobody. We're not saying any of that. We don't have control in the government to deport anybody, but I am in agreement with Trump because of how bad it got.
Hello and welcome. We begin with the new visa clash between the United States and African nations, with Nigeria at the center of the latest controversy. The US government has issued a fresh warning for Nigeria. It says, do not seek a visa for so-called birth tourism. The United States has cautioned Nigerians against traveling to the country with the primary intent of giving birth, a practice known as birthright citizenship. The warning came from the U.S. mission in Nigeria, which said, and I quote, "Using your visa to travel for the primary purpose of giving birth in the United States so that your child will have a U.S. citizenship is not permitted. Consular officers will deny your visa if they believe this is your intent," unquote. Now, the move comes as Washington tightens immigration controls under President Donald Trump's second term. Birthright citizenship in the U.S. is a constitutional right protected by the 14th Amendment. Anyone born on U.S. soil, including U.S. territories, is automatically granted citizenship, regardless of their parents' immigration status. This includes children of non-citizens, undocumented immigrants, visa holders, and even tourists, giving rise to the practice known as birth tourism. Earlier this year, President Trump signed an executive...
And this is the major part of what Trump's trying to do. He's trying to make sure people are not scamming the system. Now that I'm thinking about it, there is a lady that I want to bring up that is a YouTuber. She is in Nigeria. Last time I heard her, she is a Black American who made a cry for help video about 11 months ago. Her name is Afaratadi in Nigeria. I guess that's how you pronounce it. But she had mentioned that police in Nigeria were threatening her. They were extorting her. And then she disappeared right after that video. So I'm trying to let it be known, a public announcement for those that are listening. If you know her whereabouts, let me show you who she is. I don't know how to pronounce this name, but I'm going to show you how it's spelled. If you have heard of her or if she's listening, please let us know that you are okay. This is the last video that she did in Nigeria. She was very scared. Let me let you hear just a little tidbit of it. If you get wind of who she is and you know where she's at, please drop it in my comment section to let me know she's okay. If you are in the land of living, please reach out and do a small video and let us know you're okay. Let's hear what she had to say real quick.
I just became a citizen last year to Nigeria. So I thought I was doing the right thing by getting a lawyer to assist me with writing a contract to protect my things, my assets. And I thought I was getting a lawyer that knew the law. So anyway, I got a lawyer that wrote a contract for me. I dispersed my goods to somebody, only to find out months down the road that the lawyer wrote a bad contract. And the contract is with something that is my livelihood, that is what is sustaining me here in Nigeria. So I went back to the lawyer. The lawyer...
You can't really hear it, but she goes on to say eventually that she's having issues with a police officer specifically in Ibusa, I-B-U-S-A. She's saying help. Ibusa police officer is threatening me and extorting me, and nobody is helping me. And that was the very last time she has been seen or heard since August 5th of 2024. And she's a single woman in Nigeria. We have heard really bad stories about single women going to Africa and sometimes being scammed, unexpected unalivings, or illnesses that come about, and then they're gone. So I just want to know, I did respond in her comment section asking her, is she okay? You have not done any videos after you did a plea video about a police officer. I said, please go live, sister, about 2 days ago. So I did that because a moderator of mine reached out and asked the question about where could she be. So I'm hoping that someone will know. And by the way, if you're listening, Afro Goddess, you're also a mod on this channel. I didn't see you come back in the chat room. I know you're working, but now I have 2 mods on this channel, and I appreciate both of you, African Goddess and Afro Goddess. Go figure. But let's get back to the conversation at hand, because this is leading somewhere. I'm taking my time to explain some things because it's very important for us to understand that we also have the right as Americans, indigenous to America. I know a lot of people hate me using the term indigenous like it's supposed to be reserved for Indians, but a lot of us, despite what y'all believe, have indigenous ties to America. A lot of us do have Native American or Black Indian heritage here in America. And a lot of us are speaking up to that fact. A lot of people are upset that we're not putting on a pedestal so-called African ancestry. But again, it's because we don't know of any ancestor or name attached to that ancestor. Or if we do know, you know, that ancestor was mishandled, was dehumanized, was treated really, really cold-hearted and stripped of everything. That ancestor had to start from scratch and had to evolve into a whole nother person and make and bear a whole nother set of people that was mixed raced. We are the melting pot of America. Black Americans are the melting pot of America. And I acknowledge my ancestor, all of them, but I'm not going to glorify Africans because of what they did in partaking in the slave trade. I'm not giving kudos to people that enslaved or sold an ancestor, a possible ancestor, into slavery. Now, individually, you can find Africans that are awesome and articulate, smart. I respect them and what they can do and how they move and whatnot. But collectively, they are self-centered. In my observation, they want to be in control and have authority over Black Americans. And they have this sentiment wherever they go. A lot of them, not all, but a lot of them do. I've been listening to them online since 2018, and I'm like, damn, they really are. Some of them are very arrogant for no reason. And this is why we are clashing right now on social media. A lot of Black Americans are clashing with Africans because they are assuming an authority over Black Americans that we ain't signed up for. And this is why a lot of us are taking the approach of saying that we want to boycott. We want to let our voices be heard, and not liking what we're seeing and how we're treated, how we're talked to, how we're depicted. And there's supposed to be some type of boycott coming up August 1st for a whole month and maybe longer. But before I get to that part of the video, because that's going to be kind of lit, I want to kind of tackle the African American term a little bit more. I know that the genesis of our name change now is really caused a lot of harm with Black Americans. It has caused a lot of frustrations and confusion. And this is why we are deciding to declare our own identity, because we never, ever, ever have done it our whole entire life living in America. We have never said, well, let's call ourselves this by ourselves. And for the first time ever, a lot of us have been declaring our own identity, and it has rocked and shocked a whole lot of people that have a lot of money on us maintaining the stupid identity of African American because it's controllable. You can just latch it to anything you want. You can just paint a narrative around that term. Nobody can say anything against it because you have a collective of people and a narrative that you control with dollars behind it. And we're now seeing the destruction of our own narrative and our own decision making, thinking, our own agency of being who we are as a people. And so that's why we have thrown away African American term. This is why we are now saying things like we want to be called foundational Black American or Indigenous American Black or ADOS and other things that other people like to call themselves. Some even want to call themselves Indian. It is not self-hate. A lot of people want to say, oh, you hate yourself. No, we don't hate ourselves. We love ourselves because we want to take control over our own narrative. If we let things stand as is, it's allowing other people from outside to control and dictate our narrative. And this is not what we want to have happen any longer. And for Africans to refuse to accept this truth shows that there's something wrong with you if you are African and you have your own tribe, you have your own identity, and you decide you want to argue with me about my identity. Why are you so consumed with what I want to call me? Because there's a benefit off of us staying this ambiguous African American. I discovered on Colin Nation, and I had heard him say this before, Elvis, he is a normal speaker on Colin Nation's platform, and he came with this bullshit right here, claiming he too is an African American. And I want you guys to hear what he had to say, because this is why a lot of us are saying this is not going to work out with us calling ourselves African American. Now, by the way, for those that don't know, Elvis is from Liberia. He came over here to America. He was not born over here in America. So why would he claim to be an African American? Please make sense of that, please. A lot of Africans have hijacked African American. They have disrespected us and our ethnicity. And it's like, we don't do that to y'all. We don't fuck with y'all identity. But everybody seems to think that they can clump on to African American, and we're supposed to just idly stand by and accept it. This is why we are delineating. This is why I'm going to write Trump to explain why this African American term has been a detriment to Black Americans, to our mental, to our emotions, to our pride, to our ego, to everything. It's been tarnished by the likes of Elvis and others who hijack the term. Listen to this real quick, y'all.
These are what the ADOS people are saying.
Hold on. Do you think some of these people saying that are white people? I think I'm suspicious of that too.
Color. I was looking at a video yesterday.
Hey, Connor, let me speak, man. Damn. I'll let you keep me in the back.
No, you're on, man. Go ahead.
I mean, I wanted to ask the brother, should we gratify African Americans as individuals, or should we come together as a group, one whole group and gratify African Americans and their ancestors for what they did for us? I think what he's saying, like Honeyflower was asking, how should we do it? Because that's not me. Somebody else has something on that. That's not me. Yeah. Yeah, are you getting me now? See, that's not me. That's somebody else. Yeah, the point is that, I'm worried too because there's some Africans in Africa. Some people, they're hearing this rhetoric. If some of them get deported, how are things going to pan out for the Africans living in Africa? Because they're going to take that anger back with them. They have probably more power and more agency to do things in their home countries. Their tribal group will probably protect them. They'll probably start targeting African Americans living in their country, places like Ghana and other countries.
Yeah,
so it could get ugly on both fronts.
That's what I fear. I fear the stupid native FBS stuff could really, just like at the time where, like right now, Bomani's he's on his way to Atlanta to participate in the Liberian Independence Day weekend celebration. A big thing going on in Atlanta with our Liberian partners in Atlanta. And we're really building a bridge between Black America and Liberia. This comes at a time where all this nonsense, like I said, I tell people all the time, if you want to know what's going on in really Black America, you follow me in Vermont, right? The whole thing, you got these Black people out there, but they do not represent the heart and soul of Black America. Now what I'm saying is the ADOS FBA movement.
And this is Kala speaking. He is a Pan-African. He wants to keep the name African American, but he's going to soon hear Elvis claim to be an African American too. And Kala likes to play dumb, like he can't understand why we're self-declaring another identity outside of African American. Is because Africans and other immigrants have come and seized the name. They have bastardized the name, and we just don't like it being used as a tool by immigrants. It's not anything to be proud over. And he wants to play dumb, like he can't understand. He wants to hold on to the African name and be like, it's so sentimental to be called partly African, even though he'll never be African. He doesn't have a culture from Africa. He doesn't have a language. He doesn't know nothing about Africa. He's married to an African woman in Liberia. And that somehow has made him a simp, has made him soft and weak as a man. And so he can't get his mind right around what is going on in reality. But listen to him. Just listen to this, y'all.
The things they say are legitimate concerns. Like, for example, there's a lot of Africans who are now using the term, they call themselves African Americans. And they say, we're the African Americans. Those are Black Americans. Well, that's disrespectful, And you got to be like this, because the whole thing is this. Black America has to have some sort of agency. The history of the story.
So Africans can't call themselves African Americans. They can't call themselves.
So he wouldn't even bother to give him the understanding to say that we need to have some type of agency. You heard it. He was saying that we wanted or needed to have some type of agency. And that's exactly the point. We cannot have our own agency, our own voice, our own stance, or anything if we are considered a blob of black that is indescribably not known what our opinions are. And it's wrapped up tight in this African American term to the point where our voices cease to exist. This is why African American is very problematic, because Democrats, Pan-Africans, and Africans now are trying to rally to control the term without allowing us to be able to have our own individual agency and opinion and perception and sentiment of our own as our own people. They're trying to capitalize off of that term African American. And Kala, being a Pan-African, is so clueless. Afro Think Tank, who is another Pan-African, is so fucking clueless. I think that they are dumb on purpose. I know that Afro Think Tank, if you're listening, raggedy bitch, I believe you're a CIA operative who has come to fuck with us. And I'll get to you in a little bit, but let's listen some more to this.
You know? And you gotta be like this, because the whole thing is this: Black America has to have some sort of agency. You know, the history of the story.
So Africans can't call themselves African Americans, they can't call themselves Black Americans, right?
Well, what I'm saying is this, but you gotta understand something. You gotta say you're a Liberian Black American or a Liberian African American, something like that.
Color, according to the new census, you're Liberian America, and that's it.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Elvis, when you say stuff like that, right?
I don't see that on any application that I do.
Well,
there's no place that's like this.
And Elvis, if you're listening, and I hope you are not dumb, but you're playing dumb. You know damn well on applications it has a part that says other, that you fill out what it is you are. And somehow you're too clueless to figure out that that's where you put in Liberian. They can't say everybody around the globe names to everybody, because that would be thousands of names. So they put other for you to use and specify who you are. But now you want to play dumb and you want to say, I'm from Africa and I'm now an American. So now I can claim African American while being a Liberian. That is enabling you to double and sometimes triple dip. A lot of Liberians came over here as refugees. So you have set-asides for that status of being a refugee. You have set-asides for being African. You have relations with the government, with your nation. You have set-asides that we, as the American, Black American, the real, original Black American, don't have. We can't go and feast off of your identity, but somehow Africans think that they should be able to feast off of ours. And this is what I'm going to write President Trump about. If he wants to nip all the hustling and scamming with the birthright citizenship, with the tourism, birthright citizenship bullshit, he might as well nip in the bud this usage of African American, where people are using it politically, academically, and otherwise, socially, to advance their cause and put it on like a hat and take it off whenever they want and go back to being what they want to be otherwise, while the Black American is stuck in the same position, not able to maneuver, no way outside of using that lame-ass African American term. That has to be put to death. In my opinion, it has to be laid to rest because of the likes of a Elvis right here. Listen to this.
American, Nigerian American.
After 2025, Elvis, look at the census. He's the
We're not talking about census. Any other paperwork, Jonathan,
If you're doing a job application, you're doing a federal application. It starts from the census.
It says black.
And then it goes to everything goes from there. Yeah, but it hasn't gone to everything else yet.
Hey, hold on, Jay. Hey, it's like this. This is what I say. On my applications, when I enroll people into plans, it says it either says black/African, or it says black/African, or black African, or African American, or it says black or African American, or black American.
Who had the name African first? Was it you, or was it the Africans on the continent?
No, we did, because Africans they call themselves Africans. They call themselves Africans, right? They call themselves Yoruba. The term African is a Western imagination.
Okay, Carla.
It's the truth.
You concocted it here in the West, so it's your term.
Hold on, Carla. Why would you want to identify yourself as African American? Why would you want to?
European.
You know who you actually are.
No, I mean, you call me an African, don't you?
I mean, you're not African American.
No. You call me an African, right?
You are African.
Okay, there you go. But what's my citizenship?
Yeah, but the whole thing is, Elvis. This is
don't make it sound like it's so out of left field. The term is valid. The term is valid. It's not saying.
You see the hustling and the scamming of this African Elvis. This is what we're talking about. This is what I loathe completely. This is what is causing the rift and the misunderstanding that we should be able to have by now with Africans, because of them leeching off of our name for them to benefit off of. And then they turn around and tell us we ain't got a culture, we ain't got an identity, we're not a people, we're slave babies and all these types of things. But they don't want to not benefit off of our legacy, off of our lineage, off of our name, off of anything attached to us. They think that they are entitled to everything attached to us. They are very disrespectful. Now, there is another video I want to show real quick where this came out about the African American term. It was on Judah Nazareth's platform. Again, everybody is wrangling to be called African American, and they know who they once were in Africa. And it's just really, really bizarre. It's really, really bizarre. Let me find that video. But if you guys have not yet, please do me a favor by hitting the like button. This is breaking down the origins of why there is a beef between Black Americans, or the original Black Americans, the Indigenous American Black, Indigenous American, whatever you want to call us, foundational Black American. It's because we're not being respected as a people. People are just wanting to use us up and spit us out. And we're tired of being treated in such a way. We are not deserving of that treatment at all. But people think that they can get over. What does it matter? You know what I'm saying? People just want us to just, have a blind eye to the disrespect of these people. But I want y'all to hear what's about to come up. I hope this is the right timestamp. But let's listen. This is from Judah of Nazareth. You're going to soon hear a woman get up on the panel telling us that her father is from Nigeria. Mind you, Nigerians were partakers of the slave trade. Why would they dare try to share a name with the lineage of people enslaved? The slave trade. They're not the same people, other than benefiting off of our plight. But they don't have no self-respect for us. So this is why you'll hear this weird stuff coming up.
You clowned out for that shit. Cause I done showed my face. When me and the pod didn't have good words for each other, I done showed my face the whole time. I mean, we done all been on the camera the same time, face showing. I'm not afraid to show my face.
So y'all trying to say Empress Janet ain't getting a check?
No.
Yeah, she got
No, she's not.
No.
But one of her parents is white. No, the other one's FBA. No, the other one is a whole Nigerian.
She has a black.
She got to get her money and both her parents.
So this conversation right here was about reparations. Reparations has been a conversation for over 100 years. I believe when Abraham Lincoln was president, he had, promised to give to the freed slaves 4 acres and a mule. Of course, he was assassinated, and this reparation talk now is here. I think it's usually used by the Democrats to bait us, put a carrot in front of our face, dangle it, say, oh, potentially you're going to get reparations and all this and all that. Well, the issue is now today in 2025, there are millions of global immigrants that are here that have nothing to do with the struggle and the sacrifice of the indigenous American Black or foundational Black American. They did not go through chattel slavery. They did not go through Jim Crow. They did not go through redlining. They did not go through the crack era. They did not go through civil rights, being dogs sicked on you or hosed down or hangings or fed to alligators and so forth and so on. All the different atrocities that have happened and befalled on us collectively for generations. These other foreign melanated Black folks didn't experience. But somehow they think because they arrived in America the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years maybe, that they're supposed to be given reparations too. And a lot of them, again, have a bloodline connected to the slave trade. They sold folks into slavery. And they feel like they're entitled to what we actually went through. And people were trying to say, well, how would you know who's who? Because there's so many other foreign Black folks here in America now. And that's when people started understanding that we needed to separate, we needed to delineate, we needed to distinguish ourselves as our own so that we might get an opportunity to declare who we are. And that's when all the issues of us wanting to declare our name came about, and many melanated global Black folks are stir crazy, shook, upset, possessed, obsessed, delirious over us trying to navigate and control our narrative and our name. They want us to leave things as is because we were controlled, we were dumbed down, we were delirious and confused. And that's the way that many of these immigrants would like to see us stay at, because they were able to capitalize off of our ignorance. Now that we're waking up and understanding, we can't just be this ambiguous African American that other people are feasting off of. We would never get nothing. We would never accomplish nothing. We would never hear or be heard ever, because it would be this blog of Black African American conversation controlled by other people that are not even us. We started seeing the hustle and the sham, and this is why we decided to delineate to make sense of who we are. The government is not trying to give us ethnicity, or have never in times past, but that's exactly what we need, our own ethnicity. You got Haitians that have their own ethnicity, Jamaicans, you got Africans, they got tribes, they got you know, where they come from and culture and nationality and all these things. Americans somehow got to share an identity with all these people that just got here. That don't make no sense. There's no pride in that shit. And this is why, in addition to reparations, why we have decided to delineate. But Africans are playing dumb. They want to act offended. Oh, you hate Africa. Oh, you hate Africans. No, we don't hate nothing. We just don't like being used as a tool. We don't like to be taken advantage of. We want what's ours, and we want to have our own ethnicity like you have. Why is that so fucking hard to understand? I will never know, other than the greed that a lot of you guys express. But let's get back to what is about to come up. I want you guys to hear this. Again, this is from Judah Nazareth. He's about to hear a biracial woman come on the platform. She's half white and half Nigerian, trying to claim that her father is an African American because he's from Africa, or her grandfather's from Africa, Nigeria. And she thinks that she should also claim African American too. And this is why we're clashing, because these immigrants or other generations other first generation, second generation, whatever you want to call it, are trying to hijack an identity that was imposed on us. Nobody wanted to be called African American, by the way. Nobody was jumping up for joy when Jesse Jackson in 1988 imposed African American on us. We just didn't understand how detrimental that term would be in 2025. And now we see the light.
White? No. Her daddy is Nigerian. She got to get gorilla bugs. Her daddy's not. Oh, hell no, Empress. Sorry.
She got to get monkey paws.
No, for real. Is her daddy Nigerian, or is one of her parents black? Man, you talking to somebody who know. Oh, okay. So if her daddy's Nigerian, no. Did you have FBA?
Did you see her teeth?
Nah, don't do that. Don't do all that. Empress is
no. I'm not gonna
No, bro, I was trying to give you the great build.
Let's not do that, because she's really...
No, I'm not saying anything of disrespect.
See, look, Nigerian is not people. Janet, your daddy came over in 1981.
Janet,
your daddy came to America in 1981 or 72, whenever you was born.
She's like Barack Obama.
Yeah. Stop. Hey, you can still come on the boat cruise with us after we get the...
And that's another issue. Barack Obama claimed to be an African American. His father's from Kenya. His mother's a white Kansas woman. No connection to the chattel slavery. No connection to what us original Black Americans endured. But he politically hustled and used the term African American to trick us into believing he was one of us. And I dumbly voted for him in 2008 because I was clueless at the time in understanding that we are different, and I have my own identity and he has his own. Once he got in office and showed his ass, his true intention to elevate gay rights. And by the way, I am gay, but he got the black vote, pretending to be down for the black cause, pretending to be down for black people. And once he got into office, he did everything else but bless and help black people of America. He helped everybody else but Black Americans. He elevated gay people, transgender rights, immigrants. He bypassed Black folks, but he utilized our vote to become the first so-called Black American, the first so-called African American, and he was none of that. But again, everybody gets to use the Black term and hustle and silence the voices of the Black American, the original Black American. That's why we woke up after Obama. That was the genesis of us finally seeing ourselves in the mirror. Hey, wait a minute. He's not even us. This man has nothing to do with our lineage. This man don't understand our struggle. This man don't care about our plight. This man don't care about our future. We were dumbed down until Obama became president. That was the beginning of us taking the scales off our eyes and saying, oh my God, we got tricked because of how he looked, because of his tan skin. We assumed he was one of us, but he really was not. His agenda was everything but. And this is why we now, today, in 2025, are saying, oh my God, we cannot allow foreign Blacks to cosplay as a Black American. And we just assume that they're going to be down for us, because 9 times out of 10, they are not. This is what we're coming to realize. And this is why the Democrats are so upset. This is why Africans and immigrants are so upset, because we're not any longer a fool for them. This is why they're upset. But listen to this, y'all.
You know what I'm saying? You still family.
Hey, Lex, you ever been with an African woman before?
Yes. When people say black,
you gonna tell me an African woman got the same kind of teeth as a Negro woman? You got hair. Have you ever got hair from an African woman? They have different kind of teeth and breast.
Now, that woman that you just saw that scared the life out of y'all, I'm sure, she is biracial, half Nigerian. She was born here. I'm not sure if her father was born here or he came here as a young boy, but he's not us. He's Nigerian. And she's going to declare her father being the same as us. And this is why we now understand the African American term has been hijacked. It has been made a blob, a black, for anyone to use and put on like a jersey and take off whenever they desire to do so. And we're trapped with the African American term, if we let it, and kind of bogged down by it. It becomes a weight to us, a weight across to bear to us, while everybody else uses as a tool and benefit off of it. We don't want to go out like that no more. This is why we're trying to delineate and separate, not out of disdain or hate, but out of necessity and survival, out of self-preservation, out of making sense out of the mess that's been made by others that's not even us. This is what's going on. Whoever is listening, especially if you're African, a lot of you guys feel like you are in control over us. And I'm trying to explain to y'all need to be in control of yourself and not worrying about what Black Americans are doing so much. There's a lot of issues in Africa that y'all should be upset over. You should be talking about, you should be concerned with. But now, every time I turn around, Africans want to know what we talking about, what we calling ourselves, what we saying. Like it's really gotten out of hand. But listen to this.
African head's different out here.
Janet has African nigga teeth. Janet has African nigga teeth.
Judah, how big are their lips? What are we talking about? What are these qualifications here?
Yes,
I'm trying to figure out how Nigerian is not black, African. How is my black?
We're not saying that your father is not African or black, so-called black, but what we're saying, Empress Janet, is that your father is not one of us. Your father did not stay and were born in America and went through chattel slavery and Jim Crow and all the other things that we went through as a collective of people. We are our own people, separate from global melanated people that come to America. But these types of people, such as her, wants to make it where anyone can have some type of membership to the term of African American, whoever you are. And this is why we are delineating from African American, because it's not serving us. It has become a cross to bear, and that's not what we want to do any longer.
American.
How? He's in
not Black
America.
American, baby.
If he's in America, he's African American.
If you're in America, she says, you're African American. Again, look at her. Look how dumb she looks. If you're in America, you're African American. No, your father is Nigerian. Ho? The fuck wrong with you? This is why a lot of these biracial types I have an issue with now, because they can't speak for us. They can't speak for us. They're confused within their own body as themselves. But then they think because they're biracial, they should have some type of say over us. And I was, years ago, confused myself because I had been dating melanated mixed race types before. And I did at times put them on a pedestal, but I don't do that shit no more. I woke up and understood I was brainwashed then. And I'd be damned if I let a mixed race person dictate to me who the fuck I am. You don't get to come up into the spot and regulate. But that's what she's calling herself doing right here. Listen to this bullshit.
He's from Ohio,
Look at
so
them
he's
teeth.
in
Look at her
America.
teeth, but I love her.
But it's not
The
from
teeth
our
is telling on her. Her
Teeth have
teeth,
to
her
do
eyes is telling on her.
What does that have to do
Your
with that?
eyes
If
and
I'm a hybrid, then I have
your
other,
anatomy. Your anatomy.
and that's what you're mad at.
Answer the question right there.
I'm mad at my luscious African
Her eyes, her
Your
teeth,
body.
her
It's
cheekbones,
the body.
her hair color.
The body.
We're talking about reparations.
Please chill. Please, I'm asking you. All you're talking about is my teeth. You're not talking about my father.
I'm being quiet.
His father is from Nigeria. If his father's from, my grandfather's from Nigeria, and my father's from America.
Let's
He's saying he's not African American.
Could you ask a particular person in 1900, the black side of her family, where were they at? Ask that particular person. They was in Nigeria, so they got melanin, but they're not Black American.
My father, African American, if he's in America, yes, he is.
Yeah, that's well, we're not African Americans.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about we're not talking about
foundational Black Americans. We're not African Americans.
Correct? So again, he's an African American.
Okay, but he's not a foundational Black American. Okay, wait. Okay, so Lex Vortex.
And I'm still going to get my
Again, what does this melanated mixed race ragamuffin got to do with my lineage? She's half Nigerian. I am a multi-race individual that has been here for generations. We have been through all the atrocities of America. We have fought for all that we have gained. Her family came over here by voluntary choice and decided to move in and capitalize off of the struggles of my people, and still want to claim the name that was given to us because it gives them more prominence here in America versus calling themselves, as they are, Nigerian. So whenever she wants to call herself Nigerian in other scenarios, she has the option of being able to double dip and use different identities as it suits her. But that's not fair. And it's disrespecting Black Americans from having their own ethnicity. And for some strange reason, immigrants from all over that are melanated don't care about us having our own ethnicity while they have theirs. This is why we are clashing. This is why we're delineating. And this is why at this point in time, we do not give a flying fuck about how they feel. A lot of people in times past were claiming to be Pan-African. And they were trying to be cool with everybody melanated. But it only proved that you were becoming a crash dummy or a fool for every other group. And every other group did not have to be loyal or have an allegiance to you. But somehow you were directed and dictated that you had to have allegiance and a loyalty to every other melanated person that came to America. This is why we're not doing well right now in America, because we're putting other people over us. We're listening to other people that have nothing to do with us. They don't care about our advancement. They don't care about our survival. They care about theirs, and they care about benefiting off of ours. This is what she's doing here.
Hold on, ma'am. Ask Lex. Ask a particular person is Elon Musk an African American? Yeah, I don't, what is, I mean, African American, that's why we don't use that term, though. That's the African American.
And of course, we have heard that Elon Musk was depicted as being an African American. It's gotten so ridiculous that an actual Indian from Uganda claimed on his college application that he was an African American. Kamala Harris claimed to be African American. I mean, anybody from anywhere can declare they're African American. It is worthless at this point for us to be upholding that term, because it's a tool used to bog us down, keep us silent while everybody else advances over us. This is what Trump needs to understand. This is what I want him to know, and this is what he's going to understand. Again, I'm going to tag President Trump and others in this video, because this is kind of like an exhibit video on some level. But listen to this. Listen to what happened in Columbia University using that fucking African American term.
And now we're going to head to the race for New York City mayor and a new controversy. Jennifer Bisram reports Zohran Mamdani's past is being questioned.
This is politics. This is New York, so literally anything can happen.
The latest polls show Queens Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani as the New York City mayoral frontrunner, beating a former Governor Andrew Cuomo and Mayor Eric Adams. But the 33-year-old Democratic nominee, who identifies as a Muslim immigrant from South Asian descent, is coming under fire for a label he claimed as a high school senior applying for college. According to internal data from a hack of Columbia University, the New York Times obtained, Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, checked a box that he was Asian, but also checked the box for Black or African American on his Columbia University application during a time when elite college is a fact.
How ridiculous is that? Come on, y'all. How ridiculous is that? Why is it okay for people to be able to use that ridiculous term and siphon benefits, scholarships, monies off of, and they have nothing to do with the lineage of a Black American? That's what has to change or be stopped from occurring any further. There should be consequence for someone to utilize that African American term, and you know damn well you have nothing to do with anything pertaining to the lineage of the original Black American who was imposed on to also have this umbrella placed over their head as an African American. Listen to this, y'all.
in race in the admissions process.
The fact that these phrases, African American and Black, have been sort of merged, I think it makes it a more difficult charge to say that this is, this can't be defended.
Mamdani says he did not consider himself either Black or African American, but rather an American who was born in Africa, adding it was an attempt to represent his complex background given the limited choice.
Again, it's a way of hustling. That's what the immigrants have been able to do. President Trump, Republicans, Democrats, Black folks, foreign Blacks, whomever's listening. Is that right to have this clown claim to be an African American? But there's more, because as y'all know, Kamala Harris was given the go to claim to be African American, which is ridiculous. And Trump even said so himself. Let me play what his words were in regards to Kamala Harris suddenly claiming to be Black. Again, politically, it's a tool used to hustle Black Americans into believing whoever desires to be African American, that somehow we have to get behind them because they claim that term, and we're supposed to choose that person because they claimed it. That makes you very dim-witted to be on the side of ignorance and stupidity and trickery. And Trump pointed it out. This is what I respected about Trump when he had this to say. Everybody thought it was controversial, but it was actual and it was right.
Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a definition then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question,
No, you have to
direct question.
Define it for me if you
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a Black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much, and she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was Black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn Black, and now she wants to be known as Black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she Black?
She has always identified as a Black woman.
I respect either one. I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a Black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that she is...
somebody should look into that too when you ask a continue in a very hostile...
And I'm asking you, Trump, to please look into why are foreign immigrants allowed to siphon our name to benefit off of politically, academically, socially. Why is our name turned into a tool used by globalists galore, Pan-Africans galore, Africans now galore, to hijack our name? There is no respect to be given in subscribing yourself as an African American. You are a fool to continue calling yourself African American. You are a crash dummy for everybody as an African American. This is why that term has to be put to rest. And I pray and ask that President Trump puts that term to rest and free us from this slavery of the name, because it's not benefiting nobody but immigrants. Everything that's being done right now in America has been twisted to benefit anybody else but us. It's ridiculous. This is why I'm calling it out. No, I'm not brainwashed. No, I'm not confused with white supremacy. No, I'm not worshiping Trump. I'm looking at this objectively. I'm looking at it logically. I'm seeing all the signs and understand what the fuck is going on. And I'm calling it out.
Nasty town. It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I really
Republicans have
don't know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are.
Okay, so we see that, as I said, it's detrimental for that African American term. There's another video before I get to the African boycott. I want to just set the stage of what's been going on in its entirety for us to understand the manipulation that's being used. But let me go to the chat room. I know that there's only a few people here. African Goddess made mention earlier. This is not good. I left a message for her about a year ago. She did not get back to me. Yeah, I'm worried for her. I hope she's okay. I hope she'll show up and let us know that she's fine. But it is a little bit peculiar that she did a video saying that she was being threatened by an officer, and that's the last time we ever heard of her. Again, anybody that heard from a Tafaratati in Niger, if you know her whereabouts, please reach out and let me know and tell her to do a video. That would be appreciative. African Goddess says, I do not think Africans in Africa would target Black Americans because of this. I don't know, African Goddess. It's about to get really real out here. And a lot of Black Americans might be sitting ducks in Africa. Just to be frank, they might be sitting ducks in Africa because they feel that they're entitled to everything attached to us, even though they ain't earned nothing, even though they don't have no merit for none of the history of our ancestors. They still believe they are entitled to it. They're arrogant about it, disrespectful about it, and at the same time dismissive about who we are and what our significance is in America because they think they're better. This is why we're butting heads today. This is why a boycott is even being described coming up August 1st because of it. But let me now turn, before I get to that discussion, because that's coming up, let me get to Afro Think Tank. Afro Think Tank, I don't like you at all. He's a Pan-African. He believes that he's supposed to be the voice of everybody that is in America, who's been here for generations. He wants to act as if he's our ambassador. He's a chief. He was elected or selected to be a chief in Nigeria. And now he's very vocal on platforms talking about us maintaining African American. We African. We need to help out Africa and all this type of bullshit. I do believe, bitch, that you are a CIA operative. I do believe, because of your military experience, that they probably got in your ear about doing this propaganda online to make it seem like anyone that speaks the truth about what's going on, somehow we got to be full of Willie Lynch, white supremacy, brainwash, all this bullshit propaganda that you spew every chance you get. You do not represent Black Americans, the original Black Americans, the indigenous Black American, the indigenous American Black, foundational Black American, American descendants of slave, whatever name we choose to call ourselves. You're not a representative of us, Afro Think Tank. You are a crash dummy for globalists. You think that having more immigrants come to America somehow is a blessing to Black Americans? Where? You somehow think that this global blackness is all we need to be happy and find our future, and that is bullshit. You're spewing fantasy and delusion and outright lies about Pan-African talk. You are an embarrassment. I wish something, well, I ain't gonna go there. Let me stop because I am on live. Let me just pull back. Let me pull back. But I want you to hear what he had to say about claiming to be a proud African American. Again, I've already pointed out why African American is a detriment to Black Americans, the original Black Americans, why we don't want that term, why it's not useful to us, but somehow it's attached to anything pertaining to money, to scholarships, to elevation. It's used as a tool for others to benefit off of and not us. Why would we want to hold on to a name that doesn't even benefit us but everybody else? Come on. But Afro Think Tank seems to want to pretend that saying you're African American, somehow you can find pride and find yourself and all this bullshit. This motherfucker is a goddamn liar. I want you to see him as loudmouth as he is, a motor mouth, ragamuffin, raggedy bitch made nigga who does not represent none of us.
What's going on, everybody? This is Afro Think Tank. I see this weird ass trend of people not wanting to be called African American, right? And some of them say they want to be called Black American, and they're acting like African Americans offensive. And I'm offended that there are African Americans who are offended to be called African American. Like, I'm highly offended and saddened and disappointed.
And I'm highly offended, bitch, that you think that we should hold on to a term that weighs us fucking down and elevates anybody else over us. You are a con artist, bitch. You're a good one. I'll give you that. But you're still a con artist and you're of no use to us because you are used by globalists, Pan-Africans to declare your allegiance and loyalty to an ideology that is detrimental to the survival of the original American Black. You're a detriment to us. African Goddess says also other than maybe the hair braiding shops, not sure that the boycott will have much impact. You know, it might not affect right away, African Goddess, but if we can get others outside of YouTube to understand what I'm saying and understand how we're feeling, long term, it could have some ill effect. Long term, we could just cold turkey stop associating with African anything, and that would have a long-term impact to Africans. That's what it would do to make us not give a fuck, not even a little bit, to have us not care about their situation in any regard because they don't give a damn about our situation in any regard. They will be on an island on their own long term. So it will long term, in my opinion, have an effect. You said, darn, he do look like a ragamuffin. He does. Look at this beard. This bitch right here. Just listen to what he's about to say. He's about to inflame you in a minute.
There are people that don't want to be identified by what they are. And like I said in the other video, African is a term that comes from Africa and African people. For all you pseudo-historians out there that try to say African is a European name, Africanus was the Roman general that beat Hannibal's army in the Punic Wars, and he took on the name Africanus as a badge of honor. So when he went about, his career, they would know he was the one who did it. It wasn't.
And by the way, the bitch looks like he's Asian in the eyes. He looks like he has an Asian admixture. I don't know what the fuck he is. I don't even believe he's one of us like that. But he's highly motivated to spread this propaganda about us being Islamophobic, however you call it. If we don't want to accept African American, if we don't exalt Africans and worship them, if we don't kiss their fucking feet, which he does, he bows down, and all these other things he does in Nigeria, as he's in Nigeria right now. But I'm not built like that. I'm not built to be a bitch to anybody. Okay? I can respect you and meet you partly, but motherfucker, I'm not going to exalt you over me. And that's what he thinks we're supposed to do. This is why I have issues with many Africans that are on social media acting as if their shit don't stink and that we're supposed to just bow down to whatever they say. We're supposed to exalt them as if they're over us and that they are like our parents and we're the children. No, that's not going to work out for me. That's not the way I'm moving. And this bitch moves like that.
Invented by no white people. Stop giving white people all this credit for shit that's ours. African is what you are. How can you act if you say you're offended to be called an African American? And I'm going to assume you guys know nothing about linguistics and how her names are lined up. African is your race. That's who you are. That's where your black power.
And this is the issue right there. Many of us don't see ourselves as African. Who has the right to say who we are? Do globalists such as George Soros, such as Africans, such as Pan-Africans, have the right to say to us who we are? Or do we have a right to say who the fuck we are? I'm on the side of us saying who the fuck we are. And I'm saying I am an American. I may have some ties to Africa a long time ago, but again, that ancestor was kicked out on his or her ear and left for dead, had to reinvent themselves and had to survive. And we became something new. Everybody likes to complain and compare us to Asians that come to America. When an Asian comes over here, a Chinese come over here, they're still Chinese even after 30, 40 years. Did that Chinese intermingle with other races, other cultures, other circumstances? Did that Chinese get 2 or 3 different bloodlines within their veins? No. They came and abstained from mixing with other groups of people to maintain their original, authentic Chinese culture, essence, bloodline. That's not what happened to us. Some came from Africa, some were already here, and then the white man was doing his thing and graping. 3 different blood types, if not more, merged with the original Black American, better known as foundational Black American, or I like to say Indigenous American Black or Indigenous Black American. We are not the same. Some of it was forced upon us to have other bloodlines on us. We are not the same. We did not maintain anything from Africa. We forgot all of that in Africa and had to reinvent ourselves from scratch in America. And people don't want to give us the credit where credit is due. People want to try to align that our successes are now Africa's. Get your own, Africans. Get your own merits. Sacrifice for your own struggle. Get your own triumphs. Get your own victories. Stop trying to feast off of ours. That's not what we can respect. Only this clown right here would make you believe or give the impression that it's okay to feast off of us. But we feel being feasted off of. We don't like it. We want to stand on our own, and y'all stand on your own, and we meet somewhere in the middle. But for some strange reason, you guys got the memo that you're supposed to direct us and lead us and guide us and control us and dictate to us. That's why we are acting the way we are on social media now, because we're not having it. This bitch right here is giving you a delusion into believing that a lot of us believe how he's speaking, but we do not ride and rock with what he's saying. Only a few crash dummies believe in what he's believing. We're not Pan-Africans, to be frank with y'all. That's not a benefit to us to be used as a tool and dispatch and dispose of. Nobody wants to be treated like that. That's why I'm not in agreement with Pan-African talk, because I don't want to sound and look like this.
Where it comes from. That's where black comes from. You see, you call black because in English, black is how they say the word negro. Negro is how you say black in Portuguese. It was the Portuguese that went to Africa, all right, and ran into the Africans in Niger and other Africans that had the Niger, Niger. But you see, we pronounced it Niger. Those Europeans said nigger because they didn't go j, they went g. So you being black is just the English form of negro, which is from Niger, which is in West and Central Africa. That's your true identifier. Nigger was used to be a derogatory term towards you, as the white people were using it in a derogatory form, right? So African, which is an African word, because you are in fact an African, which black means African.
Again, if we are a melting pot with different blood ties within us, why do we have to put African on a pedestal? I'm not saying put the white part on the pedestal or the Indian part on the pedestal. I'm saying, why is it deemed for us to put African on a pedestal? What have Africans done for us to put them on a pedestal? They haven't done shit. I'm sorry. It doesn't work out that way. My voice is, we are American first. We've been here for hundreds of years. What happens in Africa doesn't change my reality in America. Africans got stuff to do in Africa and fix what's going on over there, but they're fleeing and running to America and Canada and UK and anywhere else but Africa, while wagging their fingers at black Americans about what we not doing and what we calling ourselves like they're our overlords. And you're not. You're not.
By saying black American, it detaches you from Africa, but in fact, you are saying the same thing. I don't know one person in real life in America. I don't know one African in real life in America that goes around calling themselves a black American. No.
I do, bitch. Okay? You can meet me. I'm going to tag your ragamuffin ass in this video. Because I've been calling myself Black American up until 2021. When 2021 came, I had a few years prior to hear on social media various immigrants from all over claiming to be African American, claiming to be Black American. And I was like, God damn. If you got another identity and using mine, who the fuck am I? So I went and declared my own identity, literally went to a post office and declared written and got it notarized, signed, and I have a file that I keep to declare myself as an Indigenous Black American until further notice. I submitted it to the Black Caucus, to Attorney General in Ohio. That's what I did for my peace of mind. And the reason being is because I felt like I was losing who I was because of all these melanated immigrants seizing our name and null and voiding our significance and our identity as a individual and as a collective. They were treating us as if we were nothing. This is why we're delineating from African American. But this bitch, this Pan-African hoe, this crash dummy, wants you to believe that it's honorable to hold on to a name that bogs you down, that keeps you at the bottom, that allows others to manipulate over you. And he claims to be so motherfucking smart. Bitch, you're not. Bitch, you're clueless, or you a CIA operative hoe. You don't represent me. I don't want no parts of you or anyone that thinks like you. Get the fuck out of my face.
Hey, black, because we knew we ain't never been American. American is a nationality.
Again, he's claiming he never thought or believed he was American. Well, his bitch ass won't stay in Nigeria for long. His bitch ass is in Nigeria right now in this video, but in about a week or two, he won't be there no more. He'll be back in America. Bitch, renounce your citizenship. Prove that you're African. Stay your ass in Nigeria. What the fuck are you waiting for? Why we gotta hear your motor mouth all the fucking time? Take your ass on. We don't need you. We don't need you. You's a bitch. You's a CIA operative. I don't like you. Fuck you. And your lineage, bitch. Anything attached to you, fuck it. The fuck's wrong with you?
Created by white people. White people are the ones who create lines and create new nationalities to separate themselves from their European brothers and sisters. That's what they do. Us Africans don't do that. We have our own.
And what's interesting enough, I was talking to a neighbor. He had mentioned that he travels to the Netherlands, and I asked him, do you have lineage in Netherlands? He's a white guy. He says, no, I have lineage to Scotland. I said, oh, do you have people in Scotland that you know of? Are you going to visit Scotland sometime? He says it's on his bucket list to visit Scotland, but he doesn't know anybody because it's been way too long. He doesn't have a connection. Just like the original Black American does not have a connection to Africa. But him saying it is no issue. Me saying it is blasphemy. It's a slap to the race. I'm a coon. Fuck you. I'm not a tool to be used and tricked and become someone's bitch or hoe under no circumstance. And that's why y'all don't like me. And I don't fucking care. Let's go.
Black African names. You want to be called everything in the book. You proud to be called a Hebrew. You proud to be called a Moor. You proud to be called a goddamn...
I want to be called who I am, which is an American. I don't want globalists to come along, pay millions and billions of dollars to force this arbitrary, ambiguous African American term as a glob of black and create a narrative for these African Americans against their will, which is going on right now, and make me do something or say some things that do not apply to how I feel and what I want. He represents us being treated like slaves. He represents us to be null and voided, to not have a voice, to not have a choice. I don't want no association with people like this. He's a Marxist. He is a Pan-African bitch who's been sent to trick many of us into believing that our destiny is attached to Africa. Why don't you tell that to the Africans, though? Afro think tank bitch. Why don't you tell that to the Africans that they need to stay in Africa? That they need to do what they got to do to change the circumstances of their government. No, you think they're supposed to be free and clear to do whatever they desire. No problemo. But when we get an opinion, when we have a voice or an idea or sentiment, somehow it has to be stamped out by your bitch ass because you've been sent. And I'm here to correct your bitch ass. We're not following you. We do not believe in you. Fuck Pan-Africanism. Fuck all those that believe in that ideology because it's a lie. Get Africans to be on board with Pan-African talk. Harass them about going back to Africa. Harass them about getting together and changing the rifts and the beefs and whatever's going on, like Nigeria and South Africa, Nigerians and Ghanaians and all the other beefs and turmoil and wars that go on behind tribes and all that shit, bitch. Talk about that. Leave Black Americans the fuck alone. But they don't, because it's an agenda, and they think that we are sheeple to be controlled and pimped. This is why this bitch has been sent.
FBA, you even proud to call yourself an American descendant of slave. You're proud to put the word slave in your fucking name. That's how sad.
Actually, I don't like ADOS. I don't call myself ADOS or American Descendants of Slave because we have persevered besides or over beyond slavery. No, I don't associate with the American Descendants of Slave. But again, he speaks as if he speaks for millions of us, like we're all one thing. This is what he's come to do, to make it seem like we don't have our own minds. We can't think on our own. Somehow me thinking alone, I can't do. Somehow I have to be controlled and brainwashed to have a mind. This is what he's come to do, to say we can't think outside of influence or brainwashing. Bitch, did you get brainwashed? Bitch, did you get influenced? Or did you come to be who you are? I think you were sent, literally, but I wasn't sent. I wasn't controlled. I wasn't influenced. I wasn't tricked. I know who the fuck I am. I'm a grown-ass woman that has been observing my whole entire fucking life. And I see the hustle and the gimmick behind this African-American term, and I see the hustle of the Pan-African bullshit and liars out here trying to twist our arm into submission to be dumbed down for them, and I'm saying fuck all y'all for that.
Gotten to the point that now we saying African, and you always say, Jesse Jackson. None of you nasty ass YouTube grifters can wear the shoes that Jesse Jackson wore. None of y'all.
Jesse Jackson can get pissed on his grave for all I care. Jesse Jackson doesn't hold a candle, in my opinion, for any recognition. Jesse Jackson brought confusion to our community with that fucked up name change that did not have to be changed. Black American was fine. If Black American was preserved for us solo, dolo, by itself without melanated foreign blacks attaching themselves to it, I would be content with being called simply Black American. But when I heard a moderator that I had claiming to be a Black American and she's from the Caribbean, her family's from the Caribbean, I was like, God damn, nothing is sacred around here. Nothing is specifically ordained for us by ourselves. That's why the delineation I approve of. That's why we got to distinguish ourselves from other global immigrants that have come over here, because it is not a blessing for us sharing a goddamn name. It only benefits them. Bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna put you in my comments or tag, bitch. What you gotta say about that, hoe? You lying ass bitch.
Stand up to Jesse Jackson's history. Y'all done made it real popular to talk shit about Jesse Jackson, but y'all can't fuck with Jesse Jackson's accomplishments. So who the hell are you faking?
Jesse Jackson, by the way, who tapped his shoulder to tell him that a name change needed to happen? He had got someone from the upper parts of society came along and told him when he was running for president to tap us with that name, and we ain't never been right after that. Listen to this. So-called other Black leaders push term African American. Who were these fucking leaders is what I want to know. Who was behind the goddamn curtain telling this bitch made nigga, Jesse Jackson, I don't have respect for? I know that President Trump had some associations with him in times past. They were like cool and all, but honestly, he never benefited my community with this so-called upgrade of a name. Again, it was a cross to bear. It was a tool to be used for others to benefit off of and not us. Was it done intentional? I don't know. But all I know is he didn't bother to ask any of us if we desire to have this name change. I just woke up one day and just heard on the news and in the papers that we were going to be called that. And I got to tell y'all, I was really, really upset.
Since 1619 and the arrival of the first enslaved Africans in Virginia, standard terminology to describe Africans living in America was colored.
And what's odd about him saying the Africans that came in 1619, they weren't called Africans. They were called Negroes when the slave trade was going on and the people were on those selling blocks. They weren't called African. They were called Negroes. Negroes for sale. That term, African, came sometime in the 1700s somehow from some outside source that brought it in. It's been intentionally imposed in America by outsiders from Britain and other places. I believe people from Britain brought Africa and African to the continent of Africa, colonized those people over there with their tribes and everything else. They put down borders and changed the name of the continent and changed the name of the people. And they wanted to somehow attach us to that. And they brought somebody in. I don't know who the first person was. All I remember is Prince Hall, I believe, who called himself African American. I'm not sure where he's from, but I believe someone from outside, from another place of Africa or Caribbean descent, came to America and brought forth that word and initiated and instituted and put that term into the language, into the whatever. But it was never from us. It never originated from us. We never had that term on us to begin with until some foreigner came to America and brought it forth. So I discredit and I discount being called African. Again, many of us know that we have ancestors from America, indigenous to America. And nobody likes us claiming that. Everybody wants us to be put in this notion of you all came from a boat. You all are not of America. They would like us to believe that, but we've been here for too long for us to believe simply that, period. Africans want to have this superiority mindset of slave trade. They have pride in the slave trade. Most of them do. And when you don't acknowledge that slave trade and give them that type of acknowledgement, they go bonkers. Oh, well, I'm not giving y'all extra emphasis on the slave trade. Fuck y'all. If y'all have celebrations off the slave trade, have at it among your fucking selves. I'm not going to be there cheering you on with that bullshit.
Or Negro. For over 360 years, as blacks were relegated to second-class citizenship, terms that reinforced oppression have been used to describe them. But as centuries pass, black people have at times fought to break free from derogatory labels. After the Civil War, several black people dispensed with the names given them by their former enslavers. This would continue even into the 1900s when, during the height of the Civil Rights Movement, black leaders strongly rebelled against Jim Crow labels. But for mainstream America, a major turning point came in the late 1980s. On this day in 1988, a group of black leaders, including Reverend Jesse Jackson and representatives from the NAACP, met to discuss.
Representatives of NAACP, members probably of the Black Caucus, people that were controlled by the Democrats, as usual, even today, controlled by the Democrats. What are we seeing? Democrats running around talking about illegal rights. They ain't talking about vets, homeless. They're not talking about, the ghetto needing to be helped, single moms and other Americans struggle. They're talking about immigrants. Our so-called leaders, so-called black leaders, have been taken over and sold out. And I believe that Jesse Jackson is one of them. I have no respects to give to Jesse Jackson. I think he's a sellout. Everything moving forward after he initiated this African American term has been a disaster for the original black Americans. There's never been no benefit off of that name. It's always benefited everybody else but us.
The National Black Agenda. It was here that Jackson and his peers catapulted the term African American into the country's lexicon. The term has been used since the 1970s, but never gained widespread acceptance until after the Chicago Convention.
And I was told that in the 1700s, that term again appeared from nowhere. It was there for a little bit and gone and buried after, because we realized by Frederick Douglass and others that attaching yourself to African American was given this insinuation that we needed to be in Africa. We did not want to give that impression. I believe in the 1812s or something like that, 1821, they did get freed slaves to go to Liberia. It was orchestrated by the American Colonization Society. Monies was given towards that mission to get people to go. Frederick Douglass and others such as him, who are high critical thinkers, who understand the philosophy of those that want to get rid of us and do us harm, that the name of African American was detrimental. So they got rid of African American, and Jesse Jackson brought it back to life. Brought it back to life against our will. And here we are with that fucked up term that's being used by any and everybody and their mama. There is no respect. There's no honor in using African American. The only honor that we can get is to self-declare our own identity and to get rid of that bastardized term that has been manipulated and used up and spat out by immigrants. That's the fucking truth. But we have, again, Afro Think Tank, who is screaming to the mountains about this African American term. He already knows that there's plenty of us that's not associating themselves with that term. But because he's been bought and paid for, he wants to make it seem like we crazy to not want to accept a term that's been used against us. He wants us to seem like something's wrong with us for not loving and lopping up hearing African American. No, we see past the bullshit.
So now we're saying African, and you always say, Jesse Jackson. None of you nasty ass YouTube grifters can wear the shoes that Jesse Jackson wore. None of y'all can stand up to Jesse Jackson's history. Y'all done made it real popular to talk shit about Jesse Jackson, but y'all can't fuck with Jesse Jackson's accomplishments. So who the hell are you fake ass, grifting ass, conservative piece of shit Negroes? Who the hell are y'all to disrespect Jesse Jackson? Who the hell are y'all just because he made some mistakes in his life? Like every human being on the planet. But overall, his body of work far surpasses any bullshit you doing for your monetary gain.
Again, he don't make no sense. There ain't been no benefit off of the usage of African American. That's the truth. But nobody wants us to be able to have our own narrative. That's the issue. That's his real issue. How dare you original Black Americans decide to have an opinion, a voice outside of what we tell you, to do. We say to feel this way. We say to jump this high. And you guys are not doing it no more. That's that bitch's issue right there. So with all that being said, now we're having this issue with Africans. And again, it stemmed from the Essence Festival. It stemmed from the African Union snatching and capturing our so-called reparations talk towards them leading us against our will. Now, if someone came to your country and they told your people things are going to be like this, and that's it, you will have something to say. Somehow, people are upset that we got something to say because they think we're supposed to be a perpetual slave of anybody that are immigrants in America, that we're supposed to be a happy tool and a fool used for anyone that comes along. And we decided that that's not going to work out for us. So now there's made mention of a boycott supposed to start August 1st. This is the first video that I'm going to show you that had happened on TikTok that kind of got things jumping and starting up in the beginning. But like I said, it did not just start from nowhere. This rift and beef has been going on since I've been on YouTube. And most of us have not said much about what's been going on with all the bashing and the scapegoating, gaslighting, disrespecting of the original Black American or the Indigenous American Black, FBA, ADOS, whatever you want to call yourself. This disrespect has been going on by all the melanated immigrants that come to America. And finally, we have had enough. Finally, we are understanding that we got to take our power back. And the only way that people are going to understand how we feel is to boycott and take our money for them to feel the loss of us. Because if we just continue to be the engine to everybody, we will never get no respect. We will never be heard. People will never stop doing what they're doing. They're going to keep compiling on what they're doing and make it worse and worse and worse until we say no more. Finally, someone stepped up and said this.
Come here. This is a message for y'all. I think it's time to boycott the braiding shops. That's what I think it's time to do.
That's for what I started again. The African American are boycotting African-owned businesses, African breeders, from starting 1st of August. Let's talk about it. Hey beautiful people, how you all doing today? It's your girl Destiny here and welcome to my channel. How have you all been? Hope you guys are doing great. So today's video...
Let me fast forward it. Hold on.
Since why we're even having this war. And it's almost like...
Being sick and tired of telling them
hold on.
We got everything. Respect. And it's time to boycott.
Don't get it, then the entire group, African Americans or even Africans, is being generalized. For me, I don't get it. Essence is owned by Africans, and for me, I don't understand the divide between Africans and African Americans. We are the same. We may be in different regions, but we're the same people. We're black people. Anyway, guys, let's go check out this woman's video, people's reaction to it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
How we should control the facts when we the one who bought it.
Black Americans, come here. This is a message for y'all, especially my Black American women. Come here, listen. I think it's time for us to show how strong and how powerful the Black American dollar is, since they don't believe us. I think it's time to boycott the braiding shops. That's what I think it's time to do. It's time to boycott the braiding shops. Stop going. We know how to braid. Let's braid our own hair. Support our own small businesses. Stop going to the braid shops. Teach them how to pass respect, because they have none. Black American power. Black American dollar. They need us. We don't need them. Remember that. Do I wish there could be unity in a community? Absolutely. But that ain't gonna happen until they give us respect. And they've never done it. So, that boycott time. No more African braid shops. It's time to boycott the African braid shops. Stop going. Let's show them how powerful our Black American dollar is, since they think we can't control this narrative. Since they think we got everything, well, let's show them how much we really got. Black American power. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. Like, follow, share, comment below. What you think? Hi, guys. So, listen. I made this post to boycott the African braid shops. And honestly, I didn't expect it to pick up as much momentum as it did, but it did. And I think it's a good thing. And like I said, I don't just talk about it, I bees about it. So, since it's picking up so much momentum, since we are in a paradigm shift, and since we as Black Americans are really sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired of telling them we are sick and tired of being beat, battered, bullied, and abused by every ethnicity that is not a Black American, I have picked a date, and I say starting August the 1st, for the entire month of August, we boycott African-owned businesses. That includes restaurants, hair salons, braid shops, etc., etc. Really?
Now, let me show you a little snippet. I didn't know that a lot of Black American women, the original Black American women that are not immigrants, by the way, had complaints about how they were being braided. They were complaining that the Africans were braiding too tight, that they were pulling their hair out, that they were rude, that they were dismissive, that they were making up charges for their hair braiding. And it got really ugly. And people were saying, why are we putting up with this shit? Why are we accepting this abuse? So let me show you this video. Let me find that video. Hold on. Let me show you this shit real quick. I'm going to show you a short, and then I'm going to show you a longer video. But they're not innocent. The African braiders, I'm not going to say all, because I'm sure that there are some that are not like malicious and brutal, but there are many that are.
Before we get to the drama, let's start from the top. I arrived at Coco V Braiding at 6:45 a.m. Immediately upon arrival, I was greeted at the door. I told the lady exactly what I wanted. She gave me a price, $200 for mid-back braids. She then told me it would be $240 for 2 packs of braiding hair. When I get in the chair, somehow it changed to $280 because it was $40 per pack of human hair. Then they really threw me because she said, "Sister, help me make it quicker and separate this hair for me." I said, "What the fuck do you mean I have to separate my own hair?" Girl, I came here to relax my nerves. I'm not trying to do work at 7 o'clock in the morning. But here I was, separating the hair. I said, Helen was slaying my hair as the vendors walked through. And then, all of a sudden, this happened. I don't care about your hair. drama for your mama because Coco V did that.
Hey, let me just say, nobody wants to be at the mercy of y'all. That was wild. To have somebody in your hair yelling over your head and others fighting and carrying on, overcharging you and snatching your hair and all this type of stuff, I would have an issue. I'm so glad I've never had to have an African braid my hair and disrespect me like that. Never had that experience one time. I've always went to Black American women, and then I learned how to do my hair out the blue. I got sick and tired of paying for someone to braid my hair. I got sick and tired of not knowing what to do with my hair. So what I did was I cut my hair all off, the dead ends and everything, and started anew. And I got some expensive hair products to grow my hair and fortify my hair and strengthen my hair. And then I started twisting my hair. And before you know it, my hair started growing. And then it became into a style I didn't even know it could do out the blue on my own. And I've been doing my own hair now for over 10 years. And I have hair that's in the middle of my back now by myself. Never had this experience. But let me show you another video. Again, people have been complaining about these braiders. And I believe that some of these braiders are very arrogant and hustling the Black Americans to get as much money as they can from them, and, you know, keeping them hostage and keeping them, you know, at their mercy type of thing. And they really believe that we got to deal with them. But many Black Americans got skills in knowing how to braid hair themselves. Why can't we support the original Black American to have their own businesses? Why do we have to be on the outside looking in for everything pertaining to us? Can we have something of our own? Somehow we have given Africans this impression that they are superior to us, that we got to go to them for stuff, and we see the disrespect. And now we got to make a change.
Y'all do not go to Mac 2, Mac 12, whatever it is, in Decatur, because them will play in your fucking head and then laugh in your face, bro. I went up there. First of all, they say they open at 7 o'clock. They do not open at 7 o'clock. They open at 8 o'clock. You're not going to start getting your hair braided until 9 o'clock because of the way they price your hair. Second, the lady told me to show her a picture of my hair. I show her the picture of my hair, y'all. Y'all, the lady started braiding. She got on the second row. You can feel when that shit big as fuck. Feel a big ass part, right? Y'all. I kid y'all not. She had some jumbo freaking braids in my freaking head. They was medium. She had some medium braids, y'all. I said, this is not small. I want all my braids the same size. Like, I do not want my braids big as freak in the back and this one front. I want them all the same size, girl. I'm gonna go be in the water. I want to keep my braids in. I'm paying for small knotless. Manager came over there. She's like, okay, she can take it up for you. I said, yes, please, y'all. She cut the freaking hair. I just hope she did not cut my real hair. That's all I do know. I just got my hair cut. I don't need you to cut no more hair, no shorter than what it is now. I'm thinking she's gonna redo it. You didn't say, okay, she can take them out and then just let you go. Y'all, she took my freaking braids out. The lady walked away. She gave me my boho hair back. So then the manager's like, you can go now. I said, what? She's like, you can go now. She can't do no smaller than that. I said, so nobody in here can do no braids smaller than that? She was like, no, she cannot. Yo, I came to this braiding store in Newark. What is it called? DD Braiding Salon, whatever it's called. And then you got this. She did my hair, right? She did my hair. And the boho is sticking up. They sticking up. So what she did was she cut it out. So I'm telling her, bro, fucking me a refund. Take the whole hair out and give me a refund. She don't want to do it. I already told her not to cut it out. She already, Didi, listen, I already been here since 3 o'clock. Just give me my money so I can leave. I'm gonna go somewhere else, bro. That's why I should have just from the jump. Just take it out. I don't want it. I don't want it. I do not want it. Like, take the hair out. Like, I look real life crazy. Like, take it out. Like, I don't
don't want it. Like, I don't want it. Like, I don't want the fact that she cut my hair out and then threw it on the floor and talking about, oh, it's done. Like, it's not done, bro. Just take it out. I just want my money back. I don't want to talk. I don't want to do nothing before I talk. Just give me my money back. Just give me my money. I don't care. Story time / part 2 of me going to Didi's hair braiding salon. Number 1. Yes, I am not from Jersey. I seen that in a comment. I am not from Jersey. I am not from here. My friend Tamara told me to go to the braiding store because that's where she be going, right? And one thing about my friend, she would never tell me something, so I went. When I went in, great customer service. Great customer service. Asked me what I wanted, show her the video, all that. I just told her that in the video I don't want that hair color, but I wanted jet black. So she was looking for jet black hair. She couldn't find none, right? Like I said, her customer service is A1. So she went out of her way and she went to find me jet black hair. It was like in the back where they keep the hair or whatever. Okay, now she started my hair. She started my hair. We chopping it up, laughing because she was on the phone with her man at the same time. Like, she was real life cool. My son was there with me. I remember the time I ordered my son Uber Eats and she went to go get it. That's how cool she was. So anyways, she started my hair. She did my hair, right? Like I told you, the lady was cool. It was no problems. Now, we get to the part where she's like getting the hot water to like make the end stay. And at the time, by the time she was finishing hot water in my hair, my friend calls me, Tamara. So I'm like, Tamara, you called me just in time because she just finished. So before I looked at it myself, my friend was like, let me see. So I go like this with my phone. I go like that with my phone, and then when I look, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? So I look in the mirror now, the mirror itself that's in the store, and I'm like, these are sticking up. Could you fix them? But at the time, I guess she wasn't hearing me because she was next to me. She went back to the other side. So I went back over there and I'm like, could you like fix these? And then my friend Tamara on the phone was like, yeah, all she gotta do is like move it down or retwist it. So I'm like, exactly. So I just asked her. I was like, could you just retwist it or fix it, right? So she goes, no. When she told me no, when I tell you guys I was shocked out my ass because I'm telling you I was getting good customer service. Good customer service since I walked in, feel me, until now, right? So when she said no, my friend was on the phone, so my friend was like, no. So my friend was like, what's Didi's number? So I gave my friend Didi's number, right? Because Didi's number is like on the wall. So the lady now calls Didi, and Didi's basically saying to her like, Didi's asking me like what happened. So I'm basically telling Didi like, could you see this? Do you see this? It's sticking up. And Didi was like, okay, she's gonna fix it. So I'm like, okay, if she's gonna fix it, it should not be no problem. Didi told Didi, then Didi hanged up on her, and then I guess Didi went to talk to my friend on the phone, and then Didi called back the lady's phone and told the lady, oh, just fix the curls. Either you take it out and retwist it, or just fix it, right? Then Didi says to me, oh, she's gonna fix it. Don't worry about it, mommy. She's gonna fix it. I'm so sorry. Okay, Didi hangs up the phone. Once Didi hangs up the phone, Shorty got the scissors and she just cut the curls. She cut anything that was sticking up. That's all she did. She cut it. So now I get mad. The video that you guys see that I posted yesterday, that's when I start getting mad because your manager just told you to fix my hair, and instead of you fixing my hair, you cut the curls out. So now that's why I'm just like, you know what? Flash it. Just take this whole shout and refund me because like, we're not doing that because the only thing I wanted this lady to do was just fix the curls. Like, I never wanted her to take it out. I didn't even know the parts was up. I didn't even know the parts was fucked until I started watching the video that I recorded myself. Because at the moment, the only thing I was worried about was the curls. Like, I didn't care about nothing else but the boho curls. One side is down and the other side is high. I don't want that. And I also, one time I told her I want to put my hair in buns and stuff. But me saying I want to put my hair in a bun, that was not for right now. Regardless of the fact, the boho should never been sticking up. And also, when she started to back up my hair, they asked for you to pay them. So I'm talking about I didn't want to pay, bitch. I had been paid. Like, the customer service was so great that I paid her. And in the back of my head, when I left the chair, I was gonna tip her like no funny shit, like $30 because I'm like, she's very nice, she's sweet, like it was great vibes. I don't know what happened at the end. If it's because like everybody left and it was just me and my son, me and her. My son was there. She probably was tired or something. But that's beside the fact because I was never giving her no attitude. I was never being rude to her. That was after the fact that she cut her out. She cut the boho out. After she cut it out, that's when I started going crazy. And when I say going crazy, I wasn't even going crazy like how I go crazy. I was just basically like, shake it out. And I can't go crazy because my son was right there. Like, are you crazy? So everybody's question, did she take the braids out? Yes, she did. She took my braids out and she paid me about $180 cash to be exact.
Yeah, so like I was saying, she took my hair out literally, and at one point she was basically telling me like I have to cut my hair. I'm like, nah, bro, I am not with none of that. Be nice no more. Like I told you to fix my hair, you did not fix it. You cut it out instead. Okay, cool. Now you're gonna take my hair out. I'm not cutting. You're gonna figure out where my hair starts from where it doesn't start. You're gonna cut it out. You're gonna take it out, and she definitely took it out. It took her less than an hour to take my hair out, and she gave me my money back because at the end of the day. No shade. I only wanted my curls to be fixed. It's nothing. It was never supposed to go this big. Like never at all. I see a lot of people in the comments like nobody go.
Okay, so customer service is not really customer servicing. We are not allowed to say what we approve of or not. Africans are assuming whatever they give us, we're supposed to be happy as a lark. We're supposed to be just cool like it ain't nothing but a chicken wing. And we're saying, no, we can have our own opinion about how we feel about our hairstyle. If you made it too big or not curled right or not braided right or whatever, we should be able to say something. In addition to that, like I said, all the back and forth on social media for years now. Now the African Union has taken this stance that they are our leader, that they're putting us in a jurisdiction against our will, which is contradictory against me being an American in the jurisdiction of America. And did I say I wanted to be a part of a region 6 of African Union? Did I sign up for that? Did I say I want you representing me? Did I say that I want my reparation talk or monies attached to my lineage and ancestor to go to Africa? I didn't say any of that. Why did Africans think that they got it like that to say for me? This is why I feel a boycott inevitably has to occur, to let the Africans know that we do have our own mind, that we are our own people, that we do not accept being treated any kind of way. Let me see. There's another video I want to show. There's a nurse that made mention that because we are saying we want to boycott, she's taking it to another level and claiming that we are at war now. And so she, being a nurse, tried to say that the immigrants and doctors and nurses need to abandon the Black Americans and usher them out of your stores, or don't see them if you're a doctor, and all this other type of crap. Conversation, which is going against the HIPAA or them, giving their allegiance to taking care of people under their some type of oath. This comes from Street Media TV. We're going to get into this nurse that made a big splash on YouTube. I heard after she said what she said, she was fired as a nurse for doing what she did on social media. She came on social media, she threatened Black Americans and said that you're not going to be serviced and this and that and the other. People knew who she was somehow, and her job was called, and that was that. Oh, hold on.
All kinds of stuff, and not including you guys, basically taking over the minerals of the country. You got all kinds of stuff, but y'all quick to go to war with us. When y'all come into our communities, y'all safe. There's no xenophobia in these East Coast corridors with Africans, right? We don't destroy y'all communities. We don't run down on y'all. We don't do none of that. Y'all get ingratiated and embraced into the community whenever y'all move here. That's the fact. That's the truth, right? So this brother really said this.
You don't want to go to war with Black Americans. Right now, we're smelling ourselves and we're feeling good, and we like the way it feels. And we're ready to take on any battle that you bring us, so be careful who you are. Be a friend, be a friend. If you call yourself American Indian and you're a native, okay, we're not going to fight with you. We get all that stuff and that paperwork settled out somewhere else because we know who we are. We are Americans. We are the original people who've been here thousands of years before anybody came to this land. And we even finding it now impossible for the so-called numbers of people who were brought here on those ships to be accurate. So you don't want to fight with black people right around now. We smelling ourselves and we smelling pretty good. So please, back up, sit down, take your petition. We'll hear you later.
As I'm scrolling through Twitter, looking for more content, to make more money, to put up more content for you guys out there, right? I ran into this. Freedmen Nation Status, Power, and Protection. American Freedmen Legal Fund. Legal Defense and Policy Advocacy. Arm of the Freedmen Reparations Fund Trust. Fighting for rights, justice, and protections of verified American freedmen, right? So we have this. We have received all her work information. We are moving forward. We now have full documentation of her employment and professional affiliations. Because of her actions, freedmen patients are being placed at risk. See, this is not only unethical, it is a direct threat to our community's health and safety. Let this be clear. If you choose to attack freedmen while serving in institutions that operate within the United States, understand that you are accountable under the very systems you work for. Do not call for a war while collecting paychecks under the protections of this country. You cannot work in public service and harm the public. We are moving forward with a formal complaint. Every policy, every license, every oath, we will hold you to it. Now again, these are people that come and they get caught up in this internet stuff and they start running their mouth, right? They start running their mouth and they lose sight. You are a foreigner on foreign land in somebody else's country, right? The best thing you should have did was shut your mouth, because if I'm in Liberia or Ghana or whatever and there's an issue going on, I'm going to shut my mouth and try to work things out with the locals. I'm not going to go there and tell myself, you want to go to war, let's go to war in somebody else's country. So somebody said, outstanding. She's talking about war. We need to send her right back to that war-torn country she fled from, right? So then it gets ugly, right? Somebody else said, these are whatever the Jangels or something, and they are all over the medical field. All black lives are in danger, right? Somebody else said she needs to be fired and deported. Revoke her license indefinitely. It's probably fake anyway. Oh my God, she should never be allowed to re-enter the U.S., let alone practice or work here or even exist here again. So, like, this thing, it's not good. All that
I thought this video was going to show the lady speak her shit. Let me find a better video. Before I find it, Elijah Judah says, sister, I don't know if you are familiar with the Black Alpha Network. Yes, I am. On YouTube. That channel would be a good channel to voice your opinion. We are in the process of dealing with yeah, I heard he said he wanted to go to the UN. I'm not quite sure if the UN would have authority going on in America like that. I think that talking to Trump personally would be the bigger card to pull, to use, that I believe that many of us are afraid to use, but I'm not. I think that Trump is looking to make adjustments, and we need to utilize that motivation that he has right now to make adjustments for our behalf. And I would hope that Black Alpha Network would maybe consider including Trump in addition to wherever else he would go to assist us, because again, we are outnumbered by all these immigrants, all these organizations. We gotta strike in many different areas to let our voice be heard, because otherwise we are going to be bypassed. But I appreciate Black Alpha Network. I like him a lot, to be honest. I think his passion is on point, and I've always shouted him out. A couple of lives that I've done on my other channel, I have shouted him out. because I think that he has the right temperament. But I don't think ignoring Trump would be wise. I think that we got to include Trump because he's the one with the power. He's the one that can write executive orders. Why would we bypass the one with the power? Why would we assume a foreign entity would have the power to help us versus, our president? So I'm going to go for the top honcho. I'm not skipping Trump. And I don't think a lot of us feel, capable or legit in calling out Trump for help. But it's like he could wake up one day and do an executive order. He could sign a cease and desist to the African Union. He could bar any Pan-African and globalist organization or entity from having access to the so-called African American term and disallow them from taking leadership and hijacking of a narrative that's not approved by us. That's where I stand. Trump has to be included. But let's listen to this woman that went off.
Just spout and say anything that they want to sit up here and say. So just in case anybody is lost on why it is that I'm doing a part 2 of this video, let me just put this in there.
If you are a black American who is not involved into this fight, this is not for you. This is not for you at all. This message is precisely for those FBA on TikTok calling for them to boycott African Salon. Listen, we can boycott you whatever way we want. We can choose the day. One thing we know, you don't communicate. If one thing you don't know, we African, we communicate, regardless of where we come from. The entire 54 countries in the United States, all the citizens communicate. When Gambia is celebrating her independence, Liberia, Nigeria, everybody will go there, we interact. So it is easy for us to get a message across. You don't want us boycotting, because if we boycott you, we will not let you into our grocery store. Oh yeah, we will not serve you gasoline from the African gas station. We will tell the Indians, listen, you don't want to pick a fight with legal immigrants. Okay? Because when you're picking a fight with legal immigrants, just know the Chinese will be on our side. The Indian will be on our side. You're not going to have anything. Even if the Chinese decide to stay neutral and the Indian choose to stay neutral, only we African, only us can deal with you to the fullest. We're not going to do no pew-pew. No, we're not going to fight. Because where we come from in Africa, we know that doing things the harsh way doesn't pay no result. We can react quietly. When you come to our salon, we say no hair. Yes, when you go to the doctor, he will tell you, oh, I already finished seeing my customers. The nurses and stuff you come across, all of them are African. Yeah, Jamaican and African too. Yeah, Trinidadians are African. Haitis are African. So you calling us, you want to pick a fight? You're not ready for this war. I'm telling you. Don't keep on doing it.
So I just want to clearly make sure that nobody is confused and want to state anything stupid directly in the comment section. I'm talking about those who are African, anybody who is not Black American. I just want you to have a full, well-rounded understanding of why it is that Black Americans have the type of energy, have the animosity, have the type of voice that we have directly at this moment in time on social media, because a great majority of y'all are vastly disrespectful, are vastly ignorant and willfully ignorant directly on purpose. And you guys are deciding to follow the leader. And you're following that leader directly into a burning building of which nobody's going to be able to help you get out of. Nobody is going to get you out of that building. And nobody is going to sit up there and put water out to put out that fire. I want y'all to fully have a well-rounded understanding of what it is that you are realistically trying to do and how it is that you're trying to threaten Black Americans. The same Black Americans who have sat up there and stabilized this country, the same Black Americans who have sat up here and sacrificed their loved ones, their families, their children's, their own lives, generations, in order for me as a Black American to literally be able to sit here and speak and have a platform at this moment in time. The amount of blood, sweat, and tears that went directly into this soil, and to see somebody who was supposed to be of us, supposed to be our history, so supposed to be far distance relatives and all, to see.
But they never were. That's the issue, and that's not the right portion of video that I was trying to show where she did her threat. I'm gonna try to find a better video. But she made a stir on YouTube or TikTok saying outright that we were at war, that she was at war with us, and she was going to do the same thing that we were calling to do, which all we called to do is abstain from going in raiding shops or stores or restaurants of Africans until they get some get right and respect the original Black American as a people, as an ethnicity, as a culture. We weren't asking for anything other than respect. And somehow that is too hard to do. Somehow we're supposed to be beholden to Africans over us. Let the Pan-Africans tell it. But we not going out like that. Like, we don't benefit off of Africans. They don't help us with anything. I don't recall Africans coming to the community, the ghetto, and giving out monies to help us, to assist us. So what are they talking about? Why do they think that we supposed to put them above us? How? Sway? You ain't did shit for us for generations. And yet you're supposed to get it like that? Ain't nobody got time for that. We're not going out like that. Let me see if I can find. Now I can't believe I can't find this one video. It must be on my other phone, but I'm going to try to find it. But a lot of people have a lot of opinions about how dare Black Americans even say they would boycott. Like, we're supposed to just be bitches and hoes and slaves to anyone and everybody that describes whatever. And that's not what we're on. We are liberated. We are freed people. We don't have to be enslaved to anybody's ideology or views. And that's why a lot of y'all are mad, because y'all thought y'all had it like that. Y'all thought that we weren't smart enough to figure out anything about nothing. And y'all were dead wrong. We have been observing. We've been absorbing everybody's vitriol against us. And we are sick and tired of the disrespect that's been given to us for no good cause. Now people are upset suddenly because we're finally standing up for ourselves. How dare y'all have an issue with us standing up for ourselves? That's the issue. It is crazy to think that y'all thought we can't have an opinion. But that's what y'all literally are running around, especially Pan-Africans are running around assuming for us that Black Americans don't have a voice. They shouldn't say a goddamn thing about nothing. And if you do, you are a traitor to the race. The fuck? I'm a traitor to the race because I'm not allowing you to reign supreme over me. Come on, give me a break. And for some strange reason, I can't find this woman. But this woman had made mention that it's war. This Liberian nurse made mention that It's war against Black Americans. She was instructing the immigrants to basically usher out the Black Americans from businesses and block and bar Black Americans from even seeing the light of day in their business or their doctor office or whatever. But that's against, you know, democracy and rules that are set in stone about discrimination. And people got wind of her where she worked and they exposed her. And it's been said that she was actually fired. But I can't find that visual of the last video that she just did. But the point is that we are not laying down taking shit from y'all no more. And y'all gonna have to start getting used to that, because now we're on the offensive. You guys have been used to us playing defensive, just taking whatever and trying to get by somehow. And now we're on the offensive, attacking back. And y'all not used to that. You guys are used to us just laying down. That's Pan-Africans and that's bitch-ass niggas that will assume that they need to lay down and act like bitches for anybody that comes along. We're not on that. The original Black Americans, the FBAs, the Indigenous American Blacks, ADOS, people that are describing themselves or naming themselves, they are not sitting back taking bullshit from anybody no more. And this is something that you guys are going to have to get used to, whether you like it or not. You guys are telling us we got to accept whatever y'all dish out to us. Like we can't do nothing in response. And this is why the boycott has been suggested for August 1st. I'm not boycotting because I've never been to an African restaurant or a braid shop, but the ones that are normally going to braid shops, normally going to restaurants, if they're real strong about the FBA movement, delineation movement, wanting to maintain their own voice and presence for real in America, is an ideal time to let your voice be heard and not be clouded out by people that's obstructing your voice, that's making you be null and voided with this global Pan-African talk, because that's all it does, is null and void our voices. And this is why we're not having it no more. And this is why I'm speaking the way that I am. I know that I have a lot of haters, but I don't care. Whatever. I know that a lot of people just assume that we are supposed to be used and abused by anybody. And that's not working out for me. I can't find the video. My God, I guess I accidentally deleted it. But in closing, because it is past 3 hours, in closing, I don't mean no harm to anyone that's legitly decent people, whether you're African, white, Black American, or any other race or people or whatever. My issue is for the ones that have ill intention for the original Black American, Indigenous American Black, foundational Black American, who is seeking to obstruct and null and void our voice as a people who can think critical about what is going on with us. Let me just give y'all an example before I go. Recently, Bien, who was known for slave trade in Nigeria, or maybe it's not Nigeria, maybe Bien is its own country, I'm not quite sure, but it's near Nigeria. They have solicited Spike Lee and his wife to be so-called ambassadors for what? The so-called African American in the United States. You see what I'm saying? Anyone can just throw around the African American term. Anyone can tag themselves to the African American term and find relevance with our narrative and our cause, even against what we want, because they said so. And that's problematic, y'all. We got to free ourselves to find ourselves and be the voice that we need to be in 2025. Listen to this shit. No one has appointed this Spike Lee and his wife to be an ambassador to so-called African Americans, but here they are, picked up by BN to be some type of ambassador to that lame ass term, African American. This is why we got to put to rest African American.
Moving on to some news from West Africa, where Benin has appointed its ambassadors in the US. And these are American director Spike Lee and his author-producer wife, Tonya Lewis Lee. The couple is expected to serve as thematic ambassadors. They are tasked with bringing people of African descent closer to their roots. In fact, the duo is also expected to raise awareness among people of African origin and support initiatives that promote their ties with Benin. President Patrice Talon's government said the move will help African descendants to reconnect with their historical, cultural, and spiritual base. The agreement was reportedly finalized during the couple's visit to the country's capital, Cotonou, last week. Lauding the appointees, the Benin government highlighted the couple's long-standing commitment to justice, exceptional creativity, and global reach, and even their role in shaping the contemporary narrative of the African diaspora, as the duo have been advocates for civil rights and social justice. Spike Lee is a well-known face in the US. His DNA analysis traced his father's lineage to Cameroon, while his mother's roots were from Sierra Leone. The filmmaker's work is often based on African American experiences and frequently explores themes of race, identity, and justice. But appointing Lee as Benin's ambassador is part of a wider initiative. Benin has also launched a website. It's a platform where people from enslaved Africans' lineage can apply for citizenship. Tonya Lewis Lee was reported...
Again, nobody I know gives a flying fuck about a citizenship in Africa. But these are the ways in which they're trying to train us to think that that's what we ought to want. It's called propaganda. This Spike Lee and his wife and many others, I believe, Sierra and other celebrities have been tapped to be involved in trying to influence us to believe that we need to go in the direction of Pan-Africanism and become part of this belief system of belief that we're from Africa. We need to link up to Africa and all that. I am the opposite of all that. I want to stand on my own 2 feet as an American. I don't want to be tied and bounded down to the notion that I am a part of Africa. That's not my goal. That's not my my belief. But a lot of people outside of America are pushing this belief onto us against our will. Nobody has this going on but us. Everywhere we turn, a lot of people got African American in their mouth. African American this and African American that. African Union assumes that we have $1.7 trillion spending power. They may mention that they want to tap in the African American dollars towards Africa. What about Black American ghettos, neighborhoods, community in America? Who wants to tap in and help us out? Nobody. I have never seen Africans assist one community, one neighborhood, one ghetto in America. After all the benefits of decades of them being in America, benefiting off of our struggle, they have not so much as given $50 to anything pertaining to the Black community. But they have in their mind that we're supposed to want to give everything we got towards Africa. And that's some bullshit right there. I'm not riding with that mindset. If you don't give a fuck about my people, I don't give a fuck about yours. My opinion is, it is hard pressed to believe that you can get millions of Africans to be on the side of unity. They're just not going to do it. They're going to be on the side of tribalism for their people and all that. If it was possible to link up later in life with an African who had a tribe that I could assist, and then vice versa, that person that I was associated with would bless and assist a community in America. Back and forth, tit for tat. That's the only way that would work, in my opinion. But that's not the way that the Africans foresee our future. They foresee our future as being about serving them, sacrificing for them, building for them, giving to them only, and at the same time depleting and basically dismissing your own, abandoning your own. Look at Umar Johnson in the news lately. He's in dire straits. Supposedly, he's having financial woes with his bank. I'm pretty sure he's part of some fraud. But now he's begging for people to give him money. And he's been asking for money for over 12 years and not produced a school that he claimed he was going to do for boys. All this time, he's been getting all this money in the name of Pan-African talk. Now, all of a sudden, he got his FDMG bank account hacked. Let him tell it. Now he's asking Black Americans to contribute to his woes with the bank. He was just in South Africa. Why didn't he ask the Africans to assist him financially? Everybody got their sad songs to sing to Black Americans. Africans do it. Immigrants do it. Even Mexicans are doing it. Pan-Africans are doing it. Everybody and their mama are coming to Black Americans as if we are to be their servants, their saviors. And we're sick of that. We want to retire Pan-Africans. We want to retire the African-American term. We want to be left the fuck alone to give us our voice back. And y'all go do what the fuck y'all think y'all gonna do. You got all these people on social media talking hella shit all damn day about us. What are the Black Americans doing? Why aren't they doing this? And why aren't they saying that? And why aren't they calling themselves that? And then at the same time, while abusing us, y'all turn around and ask for money. And that's how y'all see us, as the go-to bank. And we ain't signed up for that shit. And this is why we're delineating, and that's why we're boycotting, because we need to get the record straight. We need y'all to understand who the fuck we really are. Not the propaganda, not the CIA agents, FBI agents, and all these fake fucked bitches like Umar Johnson, Afro Think Tank, and others that just talk hella shit all damn day. But I want y'all to know how insufficient this man, Umar Johnson, is. He's been displayed for the world to see for over 12, 15 years, getting all this fucking money for FDMG school that has never opened, and suddenly he's having bank issues. He's begging us for money. The same people that he talks shit about every chance he gets. Like all Pan-Africans talk shit to us. Other crash dummy black Americans that are Pan-Africans talk shit to us. Africans talking shit to us. Immigrants talking shit to us. We're sick of all of you. Listen to this.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, coming to you live and direct from Philadelphia. I have a very important message. I'm only going to keep you about 5 minutes. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple dollars. This morning, I received a text message from one of my homies. He needed Dr. Umar to send him a couple dollars. I logged into my account just to check my balance because I haven't done so since I left for South Africa back on July 10th. Only to discover that I could not log into my account. So then I called the bank to find out what was going on. And the bank told me to enter my 16-digit card number. I did that. They told me they had no record of my account. The bank that I've been with since I was a teenager told me they had no record of my account. So then I called the bank. And the bank told me that my personal account, as well as the independent Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy account, have both been frozen. Both bank accounts have been frozen. And I was told that there is an investigation into my personal account as well as the school account. I asked them, was this due to suspicion of any fraud on my part? I was told that it was not due to suspicion of any fraud on my part, but I was told that it was due to suspicion of fraudulent activity. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access to my personal account and the FDMG account. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access to my personal account and the FDMG account. I was told that someone has been trying to gain access into my personal account and the FDMG account. Brothers and sisters, if you have sent a donation to FDMG, let's give it until the end of the month to see if this gets cleared up. They have given me no definitive timeline as to when their investigation will conclude. They have given me no definitive timeline as to when their investigation will conclude. If you have sent a check or money order donation to FDMG, let's wait until August the 1st, Black August, and see if this situation has gotten cleared up. They told me they sent me a letter to this point on July the 10th, the day that I left for South Africa. I was told that the timeline of suspicious activity was June 25th to July the 10th. I was told that the timeline for suspicious activity was between June 25th, that's when Medea went public. Everybody knows who Medea is. July 25th, that's when Medea went public. July the 10th, that's when I left for South Africa. July the 10th, that's when I left for South Africa. So y'all know my
Survivors of abuse connected to the Church of Latter-day Saints, listen up. In most states, you can now file a legal claim anonymously and receive.
and Pastor Bussy were fraudulently trying to get into my account. And if we find out that's the case, they will be sued and possibly arrested, because fraudulent activity on a bank account is a federal offense. Fraudulent activity on a bank account is federal offense. Fraudulent activity on a bank account is a federal offense. Again, June 25th to July 10th is the period of suspicious activity. That is from the time Medea went public and I left for South Africa. Between the time Medea went public and I went for South Africa. So brothers and sisters, if you want to make a donation to FDMG, you must send it to PayPal. Hold off on the checks and money orders.
Unfortunately, this is what we got to listen to as a supposed voice of the original Black American, a Pan-African globalist liar, scammer, who's gotten away with making so much money off of us, off of the fantasy of having a boys' school. It's shameful. I don't understand why we are so gullible, but I have come to correct this bullshit. I am not Pan-African. I'm not African. I don't have nothing against Africans, except if you are against me. Except if you are against me having my own ethnicity and my own identity separate from you. Except if you believe that I have to bow down to you. Except if you believe that you could treat me any kind of way, disrespect me, and dismiss me and disregard me because you are African and I am an American. This is why the delineation is here, for all the reasons I have described in this video. I hope that you guys will have an open mind and hear it for what it was. Nobody has to endure this deception and trickery over their identity except for Black Americans who are called African American, even if they don't even like the term, which I do not. That African American term has been the detriment of Black Americans for about 30 years or so. We have seen the hustling and scamming of immigrants galore, even non-Black immigrants using the scam of African American. There is no benefit, there is no pride to be gained with using the African American term, and I'm just being honest. I don't care if I hurt your feelings, because the truth is the truth and it will set you free. I do know that I have a lot of haters anyways, and they are not, for the most part, going to hear what I have to say because they are, you know, dumbed down by money and others that will trick them into believing whatever because they make money off of the delusion of whatever it is that we believe in, because we've been trained to be dumbed down, unfortunately, but I'm not. And hopefully other people that are listening to me will get what I'm saying and finally respond and react accordingly to let your voice be heard and not be dumbed down by others that want to keep you bogged down to bullshit. Let me see. I think there's one more video I'm going to show and then I'm going to go. I've been on here long enough. I know that I have a lot of people listening, but for some strange reason, y'all don't want to come in the chat room. That's unfortunate. Didn't even hit the like button. My God, what is going on? It's difficult being righteous, y'all. It's really, really difficult. People don't want you to stand in your truth because they want you to be useful fools for everybody else. This is why we are struggling right now. because so many people have an agenda that wants to keep us at the bottom under every circumstance. Look at the Mexicans and the Cubans and all the other immigrants begging for us to support them and protest for them and all these other things. But nobody ever comes out for us on our behalf. They just say, why aren't you here for us? And we're tired of being used like that. And in closing, let me just showcase, because I know Afrodamus, who is a hater of Black Americans, he likes to talk shit about him being superior to Black Americans. He likes to say that we're perpetual victims and we are under the white man's nuts and all this type of talk while he's in America. But before I go to him, let me just show you another ridiculous story or clip, and then I'll go to him. This is another Indian dude who pretended to be so-called African American to go to college. It's so easy to scam and not have a consequence behind using our name.
Anyway, I shaved my head, trimmed my long Indian eyelashes, and applied to medical school as an African American.
They only want to be black when there's some money attached to it. That's true. They don't want to be. You don't want to be black when a nigga's getting choked out.
I interviewed at 11 medical schools across America in 9 different cities while posing as black, and I actually succeeded in getting into medical school at St. Louis University in Missouri. Anyway, I shaved my head, trimmed my long Indian eyelashes, and applied to medical school as an African American.
They only want to be black when there's some money attached to it. That's true.
Like I said, we got some work to do to stop that clear-cut hustle. And in closing, I'm going to close it with Afrodamus, who had a channel before he got to Afrodamus Report talking shit about Black Americans. He was truthful 6 years ago about the mentality of Africans for the most part. And I want you guys to hear it, and then I'm going to go. If y'all could please hit the like, share, and subscribe channel. Support me. I promise I'm more of a blessing than anything.
First, in Africa, we hide behind religion. An African hides behind religion. A black person, being black is a mental thing. You accept truth. You face truth. You have pride in yourself. You take the time to be aware of yourself and your surrounding. But be honest, how many Africans do you know that would take the time to know themselves? How many? Like to purposely know themselves. Obviously, if we were doing that, it would have manifested itself in our environment. And how things are ran. But we don't do that. Instead, we pass this on to so-called religion. And these religions are foreign religions, by the way. It's easier to hide our deceptive behaviors, our cruel behaviors. Sometimes, like, I don't even want to use this word, but I have to. The subhuman way of thinking. Because an African is somebody who, a black person is an African that evolved. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be in a certain geographical location. No. How many black people, how many Africans have you met, let's say in the Western world? You talk about racism that is staring you dead in the eye, and they would deny racism because they think that's what white people want to hear. An African has no problem betraying you, based on, their tribe. Tribe means a lot. You could be amongst hostile white environment. You would think you can rely on an African. They would betray you based on their tribe. They will probably help the white people take you down. And generally, this African is very religious. If they are Muslim, they are super Muslim. If they're Christian, nobody beats them at church. An African would sit and argue why it is justified for white policemen to shoot and kill a black person. African would always separate themselves from black people. And I know some people are going to be like, does this make sense? If you live in the Western world, you would understand exactly what I'm saying. And right now, there is a big movement. It's the grassroots movement that is growing slowly. It's called ADOS, ADOS, ADOS. American Descendants of Slaves. I know, that doesn't even, some of the things do not make sense, what they are talking about. But they are pointing out how African immigrants that come to the United States, because we all look alike, we all have the same skin color. They said it's detrimental to their movement because Africans are being counted out of them, but the mentality, black identity is a mentality, and Africans don't share that. So black people are looking at you outwardly saying, okay, because you're black, so you're part of the team. Here comes an African immigrant talking, these black people are very lazy, without researching their history, without knowing anything about them, what is going on. But what you fail to realize is, whatever happens to a black person, it will happen to you, whether you're from Congo or Wakanda. That's what things are like. Even look at slavery. Let's be honest. Who sold who into slavery? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you, the story we were told, saying that it was white people that was kidnapping Africans, that wasn't true. That is not true. I can assure you, I can give you an example. Like, I grew up in Sierra Leone. I spent some time there, and I witnessed civil war. So for those of you who, you probably don't know anything about that country, there was a civil war, there are people getting killed, bad things happening. You weren't aware of it in your country. Even if you were aware of it, you just heard it on the news. So tell me how, if, they could have been easily selling people. They were taking children from the country, taking them away. You weren't aware of that. You don't know what is going on. Do you know how many young Sierra Leoneans were adopted by white people, taken out of Sierra Leone, completely out of the continent of Africa? You count all the other African countries. So if slavery was going to happen, that's how they could easily do it. Okay? But in this sense, the slavery, there were Africans who participated, who were making money as well. You go to Ghana. On the coast of Ghana, they have castles there. You go to Anamabo, one of the biggest slaves. That place exported more slaves than anywhere in West Africa. You go look at the records between 1700 and 1800. They exported over 800,000 people. 800,000 people only from Anamabo. You're not even, talking about, the other castles. They used to have a castle there called Castle Brew, because the biggest slave trader on the Atlantic, they call it the Atlantic slave trade. His name was Richard Brew. You can look him up. Richard Brew. Richard Brew, his wife was an African. Her name was Ifwa Ansah, who, she was the daughter of back then they called them the Cabo Share, you know, John Coranti. So I'm just giving you the history for you to understand that, you know, we have to face these things, you know, and bring out the reality so that we can move forward as people. Brother Mazi said the Emir of Katongora in northern Nigeria.
And today, ironically, Alfredamus Report does not subscribe to the truth he told 6 years ago. But I want to keep this video on my video so that y'all know how they really think. Not all, but about 90% of them think the way in which he described. What's up, Pinky? Thank you for coming through. I'm almost done, but let me play one more video because you showed up. Recently. Yeah, this is live. I'm live. I've been on for 3 hours and 56. Oh, let me make you a mod, by the way. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to make you a mod real quick. I called myself tagging you on my other channel to let you know I was going to go live, but I guess you didn't get it. But like I say, there is tribalism, there is religion, issues with Africans, as Alfredamus subscribed in the video. Just 7 days ago, according to CBN News, 50 Christians were gruesomely murdered in Nigeria. But these people come on social media now pretending to be just like us, pretending to not be tribalistic, pretending to not have, you know, all the things in which happens in Africa. They want to separate themselves, delineate from the history and the current state of affairs of what's going on in Africa. But I have to put it back in their face to let them know, we know you guys are tribalistic. We know that y'all have other things going on in your mind and your spirit about who you are and what y'all are about. And it's not including us. It's about y'all wanting to use us. Y'all wanted to try to control us. Y'all wanted to try to get monies from us. But it's nothing to do with liking us. It's nothing to do with wanting to benefit us and upgrade us and elevate us and encourage us for the betterment of our people. It's about what can y'all do to serve my people, because we are superior to you. And you were slaves for the white man, become slaves for us. That's what y'all are on. And this is why this story about this gruesome killing of Christians lets you know that a lot of them are not wrapped too tight.
Have been gruesomely murdered in the ongoing genocide in Nigeria. Frank Uto, a Nigerian lawyer and native of Yelawata, joins us now. Frank, these 50 that have been killed recently, you were talking with me before we got started about the manner in which they were killed. It wasn't, you know, a bomb or something. This was a gruesome event. Can you tell me how these 50 people died?
The way they kill our people is in the most horrific, the most gruesome, the most cruel manner anyone could ever think. It will make even the devil to shiver. Because what they do is that when they come around, you run into your hut, into your house. And then what they do is that they will now, you know, cycle the house with fuel. They will lit fire on the house. And then when you are coming out, they will now hack you down with machete. So they're cutting you as if they are cutting a piece of wood. Not as if they are killing a wild animal. You don't even kill a wild animal that way. So they bust your brains with machete and you see spillage of brains. I believe you've seen some of these very horrific pictures. They are so graphic. I have hundreds of them in my phone right now. These are my siblings. These are my cousins. These are people I know so well. I know almost 80% of these people. As a matter of fact, some of them, I spoke to some of them a week before that thing happened. And anytime we speak, we talk with dread. We know that we are living on time bomb. We know that these things will come again. So every time I try to give them an advice, to keep their eyes open. But that was what happened. Look, there are two of my aunties who were pregnant. One was pregnant with a twin. With twins. They split open the stomach, they remove the twins, and then slaughter the twin. So that's what's been happening. And when they are doing this, they begin to recite Allah Akbar, which unfortunately has become an internationally recognized slogan and motto for terrorists. It may have good intention. The words in Arabic says Allah is great or something like that. But unfortunately, it has become the most universally accepted slogan and motto for jihadists. So they'll be slaughtering these people and be chanting Allah Akbar. That's what we've been facing. And unfortunately, the government of our country, the government of our state is doing extremely nothing about this because they will just want to be politically correct. Because the kinsmen of these people are the same people who constitute the top echelon of the Nigerian political structure, business structure, and institutional structure. So,
and again, if they could treat their own like that, to be massacred, to be extinct from the continent of Africa, how do you think they're going to view Black Americans? Do y'all really believe that these people would care about our living situations, our future, and endeavors, and everything else attached to that? They only see us as a tool for the most part. There are exceptions to the rule, as with everything, where some people, critically think on their own. They detach themselves from everything that is going on around them, and they think for themselves like I do. But you do have people that are collectively bound to the notion of using us. As Pinky stated, they're just feeding off of us. That's what we have come to know. This is why we're boycotting y'all, because y'all are thinking that we are usable sacrifices. I understand that many of y'all do sacrifices for money, sacrifices for fame and other things in your culture as rituals and all of that kind of thing. Black Americans don't know nothing about that. We can't relate to any of that. But when y'all come on social media, y'all steer clear of talking about those types of things and make us believe that we're just like you. We only believe what you think and what you believe. We're the same. And it's a lie. Okay, let me go back up. You said, I didn't see it. What happened on the other channel? Good, you have a backup channel. My other channel, I broke my phone. And my phone is on the fritz to where I can't even turn it on without it doing whatever. So I got to replace it next month. I'll get another phone to activate that channel again. I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. But I had this backup channel in the meanwhile, and I was like, I might as well use it in hopes to maybe bring the numbers up and also bring awareness about what's going on, in real time. So this is my second channel. I'm glad you found it. You also said that BSIA got his channel snatched, no warning. He's done with YouTube. Talk to him today. That's unfortunate. Don't they give you 3 strikes? I thought, Pinky. They don't give you 3 strikes. I got 1 strike. But man, did he get 3 strikes and then get snatched, or did he just get snatched? That's crazy to me. You also said they don't have shit over there, and all they think about is destroying who and what's there. Yeah, a lot of them have really bad mindsets, and they bring it to America, and they really tell themselves that they are over us. A lot of them really think that there are overlords. A lot of them have been taught by crash dummy Pan-African American that we are supposed to be subdued and submitted by them, because they give this impression online, like Kala Nation does, Afro Think Tank, Dynasty Mir, and others give this awful impression that we're supposed to be under their thumb, and it's dangerous to do. But I have my own voice. I do not subscribe to Pan-Africanism. I do not subscribe to globalists. I do not subscribe to Marxists and socialism and destruction of America. I do not subscribe to any of that. I am my own woman, and have my own mind, and I have my own views about how I feel in America. Not everything is perfect in America, of course not. But the survival of America is linked to my survival, period. I don't want to see the destruction of America. I don't want to see the flooding of America with illegals and immigrants taking over our culture, taking over our society, and everything else attached. I think that Trump was the right guy for this time to maneuver in such a way to stop and stall this bullshit that they were trying to impose onto our country. It had to happen. And I hope that he's successful in what he's doing, because millions of people just over here unvetted is not good. It's not a blessing for Black Americans. It's not a blessing for Americans. He said no warning. Wow. Thank you, Trump, saving America. That's what I say. Pinky says, speaking of Kala Nation channel from over there came to a chat I was in and attacked me. I didn't know she had an issue with me. Who was this woman? You said she. Who's the she, Pinky? I'd like to know. Again, I'll probably be on this live. Today is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, Chantel. Wow. Okay. I know who she is. You never said nothing to her and she just attacked you? That's crazy. I'm not surprised, really, but that is wild. But, just ignore her. We got to do what we got to do. I'm doing what I got to do. I know that it's not a popular belief in thinking that we need to include Trump in anything pertaining to us. But he's the only one that may be the wild card in all of this. And I think that once he knows the scam and the hustle of these immigrants to maneuver the African American term and how they've been able to usurp our voice and claim us and our voice and our choice towards a plethora of things that they decide to do, like the African Union. People attaching that African American term like it's like hotcakes. You said she did mention you as my gay friend. Oh, Lord. Whatever. I'm a worker of my people, even if they don't know no better. I've been watching and paying attention a long time now on how we've been treated and depicted by all these other groups of people on my own. I didn't have nobody tell me nothing. Nobody sat me down and said, hey, pay attention to this, pay attention to that. You said, I know you're watching the news about Africa after our reparations. Yeah, I'm going to let Trump know. And I hope that you too, Pinky, alongside of the land and others. What I'm going to do is write the letter next month. I'm going to submit it towards the end of August or the beginning of September. I'm going to give President Trump, a month to a month and a half to respond. But I am going to get a certified mail to know that he knows that he received the letter, and hopefully he will respond. If he doesn't, I'm going to keep it in my file as to what I said to him, and maybe make a couple of copies to other people, but not Democrats. I'm not going to alert the Democrats because they are not on our side. They obviously want us to fail and be downtrodden and everybody else above us. You said, I hope you come visit VBA News and Updates. I have been over there sometimes. He is annoying a little bit to me. He doesn't allow the video to play without interrupting through the video a lot, and it's very annoying. I want him to let the video play before he stops the video and talk. He goes in and out, in and out, in and out, and it's annoying. But I have been on his platform. You said we need an online petition. I'm going to mention that to Ron at the other channel. Okay. And you said Dens want this country full of poor people. Yeah, Democrats definitely want us to be on the bottom, and they want other immigrants to reign supreme over us. They are picking them for their voting powers that they would allow them to have if they were allowed to get the position that they were trying to give them. And luckily, Trump found out in the nick of time, and he stopped this bullshit from happening. But yeah, in case y'all didn't know, which I'm sure you have heard, Trump is even tapping African countries to deport people there. I will never understand why immigrants would take the chance and risk of being deported to another country you're not even from, like Sudan and all these other countries. But take a look at this.
The United States has controversially flown 2 batches of deportees to Africa. Most of them are not Africans. The first batch landed in South Sudan in early July. Last week, another batch was offloaded to Eswatini. The Africa-bound deportees are convicted criminals whose countries have refused to take them back. In the backdrop of widespread domestic outrage, the U.S. Supreme Court authorized Trump's populist election policy of mass deportation of immigrants. But why are African countries accepting deported convicts of foreign extractions? Here's a report.
The United States has deported 5 migrants convicted of crimes to the small African kingdom of Eswatini, ruled by an absolute monarch accused of human rights abuses. The deported migrants are nationals of Cuba, Jamaica, Laos, Vietnam, and Yemen. The deportation of migrants to countries which are not their own is part of U.S. President Donald Trump's campaign promise to expel millions of undocumented migrants from the United States. His administration has defended so-called third country deportations as necessary, since the home nations of some of those targeted for removal sometimes refuse to accept them. In a series of posts on the X social media platform, Tricia McLaughlin from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security listed the crimes the 5 deported to Eswatini had been convicted of, describing them as depraved monsters who had been terrorizing American communities. A safe third country deportation flight to Eswatini in southern Africa has landed, she said, adding, "They are off of American soil." The Eswatini government declined to say whether any payments were made as part of the arrangement. The US is the fourth largest market for the country's biggest export, sugar. Analysts suggest that Eswatini may be trying to safeguard this trade and avoid the imposition of tariffs. A pro-democracy group, the Swazi Solidarity Network, has condemned the deal as deplorable. The news has sparked public concern over whether local prisons are equipped to securely house such inmates.
We condemn that the bringing of hardcore convicts to our country to mix with our young convicts who still have a chance of to be rehabilitated. So why doesn't allow what we can within human call a inside of those people that the American government know as unwanted in their own country. We carry this.
Again, Trump ain't playing. For those that are illegal or confused on your status as an American or immigrant, illegal, whatever, you might want to consider self-deporting. I think you make $1,000 and you get a plane ticket for free, your choice to go where you need to go, back home. If you leave it to chance, you can end up in god-awful places of Africa or El Salvador or alligator, what do they call it? Alligator, Abacaz, I can't even say the word now, Abacaz. It's not good. You need to take power within your hand and choose your own destiny and not allow Trump to choose your destiny for you, because if you do, you're going to be asked the fuck out. But I don't think that Trump would be going so hard if it wasn't so many millions of illegals that have bogarted into America like they did. There's just so many issues with immigrants all over the world right now. The UK is having issues. Canada is having issues. America is having issues. Wherever, anywhere is like a first class society is having issues with all these immigrants. And you would think that at some point, the African continent would get sick and tired of begging and waiting for America and others to do right by them, that they would take the initiative like Burkina Faso, Captain Touré, and oust their governmental president or leader or dictator or whatever, and continue on with what Captain Touré has done. They have to do the work, though. They have to do the sacrifice. They have to take the risk. And many of them just don't want to do it. They're looking for us and others to do the sacrifice for them. And that's why we are butting heads, because we don't want to be their sacrifice. We ain't got nothing to do with Africa. We ain't got nothing to do with the affairs of Africa. Even if our government is foul. Our government is foul to us as well. You can't blame us for what's going on in Africa and other places, but people still do. Alcatraz. Okay, Alcatraz. I couldn't even think of it. All right. You said he's paying the countries. Yeah, I heard. American prisons are country clubs compared to those prisons. Yeah, I heard is really awful in Africa, especially. But again, people are willing to take the risk the hard way. It's not worth the risk. My phone is about to die, so I'm going to conclude this live. I hope that there's more understanding about why there is a delineation movement and why we are boycotting African businesses. It is not personal, but it is needed only because Africans have been taking advantage of Black Americans for a very, very, very long time. They have disrespected us beyond recognition, and we don't want to settle for that no more. So starting August 1st, many of us are, well, I've never, but many that have been to the braid shops and to the different stores and restaurants are going to abstain from going to African places. I hope that the African Union get their shit together, but even if they don't, I'm going to submit to Trump the need for a cease and desist of the African Union. I'm going to submit the need for a cease and desist of the African American term. I'm going to submit the need for us to have our own ethnicity separate from global melanated people that just got here. There is no reason for us sharing an identity and they have their own. It's everything for us to lose and them to gain, and that has got to change, in my opinion. That is my opinion. That is my voice. It's not influenced by globalists. It's not influenced by Pan-Africans. It's not influenced by white people. It's not influenced by the white supremacy, Willie Lynch, or any other bullshit that y'all want to depict, make up as you go. I have showcased to y'all what it is I don't like and why. If you choose to misunderstand still, it's because you was a dumb bird. You want to stay clueless because it benefits you to stay a fool. But I'm not. You said keep our money in our American pockets. Exactly. You said we need to boycott all immigrant businesses August 1st and don't stop. I really honestly think that the Asian restaurants and businesses could be also boycotted as well. They don't respect us, y'all. I stopped going to an Asian restaurant recently because I ordered some Mongolian beef dish. Do you know they almost put a whole onion to fill my dish versus having some more beef in my dish with onions? And when I saw that, I was like, I ain't coming back. But they're cutting corners with our money, fucking up our dishes with bullshit. We got to stop it. I would say Asian and African at this point, to be honest. If I had it my way, Asian and African would be boycotted. So with that being said, if y'all have not yet, please do me a favor by liking and sharing the video. If you have another opinion about what I've said, please tell me what you think. Please tell me where I'm wrong. But don't come with the black bullshit. Don't come with you're all melanated. Don't come with the fuck your ancestor was from Africa. What does that have to do with 2025? What does that have to do with everybody else having an agenda outside of collecting themselves with me when they're going against me being here? Tell me something new or don't tell me nothing. You said, I've been boycotting immigrant businesses for over 20 years. I do have one Chinese restaurant I've been eating at for 15 years. Well, if you get one that does you right, I understand. But the vast majority just don't respect us. They cut corners. They're not honest. And they're treating us like we, are children to them and whatnot. And this is why we got to stand up for ourselves for the first time. And if it hurts the ego of Africans and Asians, I don't care. Please be true to yourself and stand up for yourself wherever. Trying to treat us like we're Africans. Exactly, Pinky. You got that right. And yes, everybody that's listening, please have a pleasant day. Please like and share the video. I may be back on Sunday. If not Sunday, I'm going to attempt to come back on Monday. But please have a nice day, a blessed day. I said all that I could say on this live. I'm trying to be as transparent as possible. I know for some it might be annoying to talk about the fact that, you know, we want to get away from the African American term, but you're not going through what we're going through. You're not subjected to this bullshit online and propaganda and, you know, different globalists and Marxists and Pan-Africans coming for us like they're coming for us. So you can't relate. We're the only people that's getting this backlash and getting this bullshit. And this is why we're speaking out now. You said, did you hear about those Russians beat up? And since, oh yeah, I did hear about that. I'm not sure if they're Russian, but I heard that one slapped one man and they got busy on them. And unfortunately, a woman got knocked out. That was shocking to see, but they shouldn't have started it. You know, I wish things wouldn't have went as far as it went, only because white people are going to want to think about retaliation. So I'm going to be paying attention to Cincinnati more. I did go to college in Cincinnati, and that's kind of a place where it's a lot more racial than you realize. It's not too far away from Kentucky. It's more on the temperament of being racial and racist over there, you know, but it's a great college in Cincinnati, and I met decent people over there. That was the first place I met Africans at. Actually, at the University of Cincinnati. I met a Kenyan, I met a Nigerian, and a couple of others. You know, one African subletted his apartment to me while he went back to Africa, my second year. One Kenyan tutored me for trigonometry or something like that. And he was a little bit off-putting. He was trying to come on to me. And I was like, dude, I didn't come here for that. But that was the first time I ever encountered Africans, but they were prideful about where they were from. They were prideful about their identity. This is why I got so confused in 2018, hearing on social media how Africans were running to our African American imposed term and claiming it. I was so confused because I just thought that they were their own ethnicity, but come to find out they were hustling the system. And I'm like, damn. You said the news telling half the story, not telling about the slap. Yeah, they don't want that truth to come out. They want black folks just to look like we just were out there attacking white people, but that's not the truth. Whoever's listening, the truth is the white guy or Russian guy allegedly slapped a black man, and then the black people responded in kind. That and before that slap even happened, I had heard that the black people were trying to avoid the white people or trying to tone down what he was saying and walk away or try to like make it seem like it wasn't that big of an issue. But the slap came, and that's when everything hit the fan immediately after. So that's unfortunate. But if you guys have not yet, please hit the like, share, subscribe. I will be back Sunday or Monday with a new topic. Thank y'all all for appearing. Thank you, Pinky, for being here, and everybody else that's listening. I appreciate y'all. Bless up.